So, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on where you are. Welcome to Savvy Contemporary. It gives us great pleasure to have you with us. You could be everywhere else, but you chose to be with us, so we're thankful for that. I am Bonaventure Sobejeng Dikung, and together with my colleagues, we welcome you to 4,100 years of musing, of music making, and of healing. I am told to do an introduction, and by way of two poems, I'll do my introduction before passing it out to Camila Metwali, who will talk a bit more about the project. This is a commemoration of Halim El-Dabh, his work, his being, his relationship with the world. And I have personally spent a good part of a decade digging, trying to understand this work and trying to situate it. And together with my colleagues who spent the past 5 years doing different projects on Halim and trying to relate with the work. It's also a project of history making, of situating and writing our own histories, the way we want them to be written and the way we want them to be disseminated to the world. 4,100 years of healing also means that I would like to read a poem by Michael S. Harper titled Healing Song. He stoops down eating sunflowers, snowballed at his prayer rocked table. Message solution masses. His ghetto blues plantation driven into inner outer realities as buffers drawn from his eyes. Penned in that magnificent voice where Victorola mutters coping songs, his search burning night trains, this Serep man found wanting only that God don't like ugly. He draws his own lightning, believing differently, an angel surrendering angles of desire. His mass heart-centered soul reveals. The second poem I'd like to read is a poem by Mwatabu S. Okanta with the title Poem for El-Dabh. Be generous as long as you leave. What leaves the storehouse does not return. Your kindness to your neighbors will be a memorial to you for years after you satisfy their needs. Tahotep. He saw Africa in us before he taught us what to look for, to see the Africa that was hidden deeply deep inside our weary and wounded souls. Herem Aket, he was never someone else's sphinx. Heru still sits on the horizon facing east. He is alive, he is well in the hearts of men and women who see, who hear, who witness. El-Dabh, gift from the Nile, from the lands where happy still dwells, Kilimanjaro. El-Dabh speaks of being 4,000 years old, walking in his 90s through this life. El-Dabh, he is magic, he is music, his music is his magic. El-Dabh, he is the true voice, Ma Keru. Halim El-Dabh, 1921 to 2017. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello and welcome. Welcome to Savvy Contemporary. My name is Camila Metwali. And I wanted to take a moment to reflect a little bit more privately about what we have been doing together with Bonaventure for a really long time. But let's start by greeting Halim El-Dabh here in Tusavi Contemporary, whom today or this year would have been, as Bonaventure mentioned, 4,100 years old. And who is our mentor and our elder and inspiration who has held us here in Savi and through this research for the past 2 years. In the next 2 days, we will celebrate and remember Halim El-Dabh. Many of us have a very special relationship with him, and I'm very grateful that we're finally able to come together to celebrate El-Dabh, but also to share our own relationship, our own knowledge with his legacy. So I wanted to tell you about how I met Halim El-Dabh, but maybe also, in the meantime, tell you how I met Bonaventure Ndikung. I came to Berlin, or officially moved here in 2017. I was wandering and wandering around the Berlin streets thinking, what am I gonna do in this city and how long am I gonna stay? I was invited by a colleague, our former co-artistic director and a dear friend, Antonia Alampi, to flesh out some ideas about sound and come here to Savi and meet with Bona and the team to work on a program. And I remember meeting Abhishek Nilamber, Beya Osmani, Yasmin Al-Qaisi. We've been thinking, conversing for months, like really 2 months maybe, about a program that today is called Untraining the Ear. And then I sit and meet Bonaventure. Excitedly, I'm like, okay, let's untrain some ears. Let's make a powerful program that is looking at the politics of the ear. Let's remember, let's keep a memory in the ear. And Bona tells me, if you want to start talking about the history of sound and music, you should start a sentence with Halim El-Dabh. It was kind of a drop of a mic. And for me, a kind of a drop of a jaw, where I was thinking how beautifully we're connecting in this moment to work on this legacy. We have connected and collectivized our efforts and also have been thinking separately and individually together with artists and people who have really worked for many, many years that are here with us today and in this program on bringing back the legacy of Halim El-Dabh. And here I mean those who have given Halim not only a momentary attention that is often associated, let's say, with a certain work, but have worked really longer investigating, reading, thinking through El-Dabh's philosophies, through El-Dabh's music, through El-Dabh's sound works. For us, it has been now 5 years almost since Bonaventure and I connected closely on this relationship. But what is 5 years, right? We're talking about a composer who has composed his first piece, Misriyat, in 1932 at the age of 11. What is 5 years? We know that our work has just started, as a matter of fact. That process and these days, these minutes that we will be spending together, these moments of sharing and exchanging, are only the beginning. But I would like to genuinely thank Halim El-Dabh for changing my life. And I would also like to thank you, Bonaventure, for somehow actually always managing to bring us together. This is our third beautiful iteration since the Dakar Biennale in 2018, where we were joined by Marie-Hélène and Beya Othmani as well. We're still turning stones, we're still looking around, we're still thinking together, connecting, learning, and reflecting on Halim El-Dabh, but also reclaiming what's ours, as you also said, and what has been deemed sort of still. Halim's work is not just work. He transcended and carried on African philosophies of music and sound, as well as a way through which music told us that music and body are always in relation. Music and sound are always in relation. He reminds us that everything is a whole, interconnected through the spectrum of vibration. And I do recall that in the invitation to Dakar, Bonaventure wrote to Halim El-Dabh inviting him to join us. And he wrote, when Simone Njami invited me to be one of the curators of the Biennale, I proposed a research and retrospective exhibition project focusing on your work and being as a composer, electronic music pioneer, ethnomusicologist, researcher, educator, Pan-Africanist. My intention is for us, young Africans, to assume responsibility of writing our own art histories, repositioning and reintroducing your oeuvre in and on the African continent and the world at large. So it is therefore why we're meeting here today, to explore, reclaim writing through sound, through orality. I was there when Halim El-Dabh passed in September 2017, and I do recall that when he was thinking on the invitation, he would tell me, wow, all these amazing artists are going to do work with me and about my work. He was extremely excited and would tell me, I need to get better. I need to get back to work so I can keep up with those young energies. 3 years later, here we are, and I would like to acknowledge and thank all and everyone who have been of such generosity, whom have contributed to our collective work. In Savi, this research has been beautifully accompanied by many various different people. However, I would really like to thank Lily Somoji, Linhan Balatpat, Onur Chimen, Sagal Farah, Lema Sikot, Lia Milanesio, Karen Heinze, Anna Jäger, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa, Olivia Oyama, Ola Jelinska, Sania Gergordik. But before we go there, and this is a tradition we do here in Savi, we thank, because everything we do is there due to the collective. So, thank you Habib El-Dabh, Don Carson, Ron Slabe, Grand Marquis Magda Saleh, Kara Gilgenbach from Kent State University Libraries, Jansen and Melissa Olsen from Kent State Magazine, Nick Patterson, music librarian at Columbia University, Seth Cluett, Columbia Computer Music Center, Oliver Tobin, Ellen Graff, and Peggy Lyman, Martha Graham Company, Alice Shields, Tom Holmes, George Lewis, James Hogan, Hassan Hojairi, Tommy McCutcheon, Greg Adams, Celia Peterson, Karen Milburn, Robert Leopold, Michael Mason from Smithsonian Institute, Colette Lucas from the McDowell Colony, Janet Stanley from the Smithsonian Institute, Jeff Ingram, Standing Rock Cultural Arts, Robin the Fog, BBC Radio 4, Jeff St. Clair, WKSU, Nasri Zakaria, Lorenzo Roach from Harlem International Film Festival, and the archives of Schomburg Center for the Research in Black Culture, New York Public Library for the Performing Arts Archives, and Howard University Archives. Takes a village.
It takes a whole continent. Yes, I also like to thank the funders of such a project that has really taken a couple of years to realize, and I'd like to thank the Kulturstiftung des Bundes and Metz Musik as well, of course, Deutschland, Funk Kultur, and did I miss somebody?
And the Goethe Institute.
The Goethe Institute. So, but just to add to why we're here, two things also in relation to healing, and I want to share 2 anecdotes with you. In one of his interviews, Halim was talking about a piece he had done for 1,000 drums, and he said that he so believes in the fact that if 1,000 people around the world, drum at the same time, it would make the earth to tilt on its axis. And I thought that was so important, and I think that is why we're doing what we're doing today. It's a consequence of that tilting. So, and I think we need to continue doing the work we're doing and do a reenactment of that piece, so that we continue to tilt the world, and the world is in such a bad state. And I think that the only possibility of healing the world is to tilt it through those vibrations he was talking about. The second anecdote I want to mention is something he talked about while being in Congo, taking part in one of the Zeboda ceremonies. And he said that the music was so powerful that the dancers defied gravity. They could basically float. And that's the spirit we've been working with, thinking through his music and trying to stay afloat. So stay with us. Thanks to the many artists and scholars that have contributed to this, to the many hands and many heads and many activists. A lot of thanks to Camila Metwali for an incredible dedication to this project and for building this incredible relationship with Halim El-Dabh. And so you should be looking forward to the book, because it's going to be a big one. So thank you and enjoy the day.
So Halim, thanks for doing this.
Well, when you said vibraphone, you really hit the spot, because I don't know much about the vibraphone. I usually compose with it with shyness in my orchestral works. But now I really, thanks to you, I got to know the vibraphone. So when you talk about vibraphone, the word has vibe, and my life is vibration. So I'm very careful about how to use vibration. I used to work with sound above hearing level in the studio. But the machinery were very, very sensitive, the equipment. So when the sound became suddenly in a differential, if you calculate it, it goes above your hearing, and then it clashes, and then suddenly sound appears out of nowhere. It's incredible. So we are subject to all these sounds. So how to be sensitive to those sounds, to the sound that resonate together, the sound that overlaps, the sound that clashes, and the sound that what's this word, like you push away? Must be a word, like
Repels?
Repels, yeah. Repels or clashes and expand. So you have all these modalities, it's incredible. And I think since I was a kid, I always felt that. There is a kinetic relationship that we all have between us, the colors, and what the results are. The kinetic relation to everything, like between you and me right now, between you and the car, between you as you walk down. So this kinetic feeling, you are part of that. You are part of that. We are part of it. Yeah. And as we are part of it, we either recognize it or disrecognize it. And if we don't recognize it, we're really not recognizing ourselves. As you know, I grew up in Egypt, and I always was fascinated by the different part of the country, a continent I live in. So ever since I was a kid, I, ended up in different parts of the Sudan and sometime Uganda area. And I became interested in music actually since I was a baby, because music was around me all the time. So I was really introduced very early, even though I didn't know at that time, at 11, that I was being introduced to the world of music. When I went to college in Egypt, I studied agriculture. And agriculture took me to more music because it took me into the villages. And villages in Egypt are full. Like we said, there's 365 festivals in Egypt. Like there's one every day. So that was a very important part of getting to know more of the music of Egypt. Some people do research in the laboratory without actually traveling. They take the material. But my research was how to live in different communities in the world. So when I traveled to Ethiopia, actually I lived in the villages, lived in people's thatched roof houses. When I was in the Congo, I did the same thing. I lived with the people, and you became vulnerable. Researching is also self-discovery. What I love about music, it connects me with the universe. So it's really a great, it makes me in contact with every human being. It gives me contact with who I am, actually. It gives me contact with myself. So music is not just what your ear can hear. Music is what your body can also experience. Every human being has a gesture. And the gesture explains all your life history in a way, because the way you move your body. So I can't say there's one African dance, there are thousands of gestures to explain a culture of a society. So between the gesture, which I'm very interested to learn and continue, and which I learned when I traveled in Africa, and the relation to sound is a fantastic tool of becoming liberated, actually finding yourself. When I teach, I'd like to teach a lot of African music, because to go deeper into the meaning of sound. And my experiences with sound was just incredible, because I was in the Burundi region in the Congo and actually witnessed people chanting and singing, and with their voice able to support the dancer against the gravity of the earth. So I was really stunning. The energy of the voice, of the human voice, is able to make somebody rotate and yet not fall, That was an amazing thing. I tell the class that they are a village. There is a community and a village. And this comes from my experiences in Africa, that I want to bring the experiences I had in the village and reactivate it. And that itself is a creative act, because I composed a lot of material actually in the creation of the village. So even though I use some traditional songs, I end up creating drama and music and sound that comes out of the class as a village, as an experience of an African village. Halim means the most patient person in the world. I'm very patient. That's what my father named me. Halim means I'm patient. Understanding and quiet. Abdul Masih means servant of the Christ. El-Dabh means Anubis or hyena, which is the ancient Egyptian pharaoh god Anubis. I was born in Cairo, Egypt, in the district of Sakakini. When I was born, there was certain friction between Muslim and Christian. I guess my dad gave few names to his sons that you can't tell whether they're Muslim or Christian. I started feeling music when I was a baby. When I was as little as I can, here I am exposed to the neighborhood, exposed to changes, to plants, palm trees. And my mother used to make jam from roses. I used to love the roses that she made the jam from. And the roses had sound to me. Like when I looked at the roses, I could feel the vibration of the roses. And then I ate it. And when I eat the roses, I felt the, jam made out of roses. That's just fabulous. And then I loved the color of the pomegranates and the sound that came out of the pomegranates. And I loved, some of these, the prickly pear. Prickly pear has a nice redness in the middle of gold. And I used to eat it. And then the plant gave me a sense of music. So there was color and music. And so I liked it. I just loved it. And everybody in the house, every evening, people would drum, people would sing. The work, we have a lot of help. They come in and they dance and they sing and drumming. And so there's always singing, there's always drumming, there's always, Eddie played the violin, Busher played the oud. And then I played the piano and everybody would chase me away. Said, get out of hell, get out of here, boy, and somebody want to take the piano from me. And being the youngest, I had to fight back for my own piano. So we had a piano we bought from Italy in 1890 piano. Last 2 centuries. It was a monster piano so big, but it had a beautiful sound. It was I played a lot imitating sounds from everywhere. But then when this first piece I decided to have was called Misriyat. And this was my first composition, and that was in 1932.
1932,
I was 11 years old. Okay, I wanted to leave it annotated because it grows. I wanted to encompass the whole world into that piece. I have it on CD and I keep changing it and I keep enlarging it and keep growing with it. Misriyat means pertaining to Egypt. That's what it means. It's the sound of Egypt.
Eugene Lessa was so excited, he called Martha on the phone. He said, Halim is here, I have to bring him. So one day I carried all my music and went to the East 63rd Street. So she walked in with poise, like stature. I kissed her hand and she sat down to listen to my music. She sat down for 2 hours, not a word. Then she stands up, same posture, same dignity, same grandeur. She said, thank you, Mr. El-Dabh. And she left. Not a word. A phone call later on, Halim, Miss Graham would like to work with you. I mean, the work was not titled. She said, I'm commissioning you 15 minutes, opening in October, and that was July, on Broadway. Can you do it? I said, Miss Graham, if you can do it, I can do it.
So yesterday I played through, when I got here yesterday, you had about 7 pages of the completed work,
Yeah.
or the work toward completion, and then we read through about 50 or 60 pages full of sketches for the movements that were already almost done, and also some parts of the piece that weren't done yet.
Yeah.
And so, with so many sketches and so many ideas that you've been working on for the past few weeks or past month with the vibraphone work, when you have all those sketches, how do those ideas come to you? When do they come to you? And then how do you take for you, how do you take 60 or 70 pages of sketches? How does that become a concentrated piece?
That's kind of understanding myself and working with my own relationship to sound. I usually get up in the middle of the night and hear sounds, or see colors, Sometimes the notes, I have a feelings inside of me that are sensation. So instead of hearing the exact pitch of a tone, sometimes I feel a color of a tone, the coloring, and feel so when I have that feeling, I know I have to write. and then I write it, and I go back to sleep. Then I have to deal with it in the morning. To see what did I go through last night, So each time, and depending on the daily activity, one's own life, if I sit down, usually I like to stay with a piece like a week without sleep. But, when you have a daily life and you have to do this job, you have to stop, you have to eat, you have to go here, you have to go there, that kind of extend the time for my composition.
So thank you, Halim El-Dabh, for your words. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Jonami. When you do a project of this nature and of this depth, you really rely on a couple of people that have also taken some time to think in the same direction. And Jonami, as an artist, has been one of those people who spent quite some time listening to the work of Halim El-Dabh, reading and talking to Halim. So it was a great honor for us to spend some time in conversation with Joe, who couldn't join us today physically, but is going to be with us later in a kind of a Zoom call after the intervention. So the piece we're going to listen to, which is a kind of sound diffusion and a lecture, is titled The Diversion of the Variable. And in his short description, he starts with a quote by Halim El-Dabh, in which he says, "According to me, rhythm is an inception of a sound, of starlight frictions in the universe materializing to a beat within." End of quote. And Joe writes, "The drum is a resonant chamber holding the vibrations of the starlight frictions. This immersive sound piece, an extended interpretation of Halim El-Dabh's Sonic No. 7, Section F, the variable for solo derbuka, is an attempt to shrink collectively and place your body in the chamber of the heart of the drum, the center of the minus universe." Jonami is an artist, educator, and composer, often working collaboratively and across mediums, exposing the social constructs of music and organized sounds, such as the politics and gender dynamics of the bass, the color and tones of materialization, the migration patterns of instruments and songs, and the complexities of translation, from language to language, from the score to sound, from drum to dance. And this is particularly important because the Darbuka, as some of you know, was very dear to Halim El-Dabh. And as Ryan Joseph Frost writes in his thesis with the title Halim El-Dabh's Darbuka Notation and its Implication on Performance Practice, he says, as the Darbuka is historically taught through oral tradition, El-Dabh's repertoire provides one of the few notated accounts of complex musical techniques for the instrument. El-Dabh created unique notational systems for the Darbuka in his compositions to communicate the advanced playing techniques of the instrument to the classically trained percussionist, and I guess also for the not so classically trained percussionist. So the floor is yours, Jonami.
Thank you very much. You just listened to the diversion of a variable by Joe Nami, in this diffused in the four speakers surrounding us. And next, we will be joined live with a lecture here on the screen with Joe. Hi, Joe.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you. Hi.
All right. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so sad I can't be with you there in person. Thank you to Camilla, Bonaventure, and the Savvy team for making all this happen. Such a beautiful and joyful gathering. And I'd also like to send thoughts and vibes to Halim's partner, Deborah, who's recovering from a fall right now. So please send good wishes. What we just heard was my interpretation of Halim's composition titled Sonic Number 7 and Number 10, Section F, the variable, written in 1955 for solo Terbeke. A very loose interpretation. Most of the sounds that we heard came from the drum, Terbeke, from the resonant chamber of the heart of the drum, with additional sub-bass tones and a field recording from the Corniche in Beirut a few years ago. And the last 2 minutes was actually a recording of Halim himself playing the drum from a recording I had taken from a Skype session that I had with him in 2011. And it was a really powerful experience seeing him play the drum in that way, and it really made me realize how important the instrument was to his own practice. And so I'd like to read an excerpt from a text I wrote called Notes for Sonic Number 7 and Number 10, and an appendix for resonance and touch, which is an expressus riff as part of an extended study and deep dive into this score. And within the score, there's 3 fundamental constants that formed the foundational elements for Halim's musical cosmology. One was his commitment to writing music as much as it was to playing it, his dedication to the score, to codifying and recording. The second was his belief in the tremendous power of the voice. And the third was his lifelong devotion to drumming. And I'd like to take a moment to celebrate his relationship to the drum, to rhythm as an embodied practice rooted in cultural, agricultural, and enhanced time consciousness. He was 4,091 years old, 91, when I recorded that. I had never seen a 91-year-old drummer play a drum before. His concept of time was so special, his mastery of rhythm, the command that he had over his 91-year-old hands, and what he was capable and incapable of doing with them after playing this instrument his entire life. In his 1959 piece, Laila and the Poet, Halim introduced a special and loving relationship. Quite prominent throughout the recording. It was spelled in the score. It might also be called a goblet drum or table, and hereinafter will be referred to as the dum, because of its signature bass sound and because the drum belongs to no language and was with us before language. The earliest physical evidence we have of the dum dates back to 1100 BC, ancient Babylonia. In over 3,000 years of existence, Halim's score, Sonic Number 7 and Number 10, was the first and maybe only ever written for the solo dum. His approach to playing the drum was holistic, requiring a technique that used every part of the drum in hand. And his score is written in such a way that every gesture is denoted by an elaborate symbol system. He wrote an entirely separate book detailing the symbols and explaining the technique required to perform the score, called Hand Techniques in the Art of Drumming. In the score's instructions, Halim calls attention to the music's 3 sections: the constant, the variable, and the finale. He notes that the constant should be played exactly as written. The variable is written to allow for improvisation, and the finale can be played exactly as written, or if the performer feels moved, caught in the spirit.
Joe, sorry, the microphone is cutting out.
How about now? Is that
Yes,
better?
that's perfect. So maybe go
Okay.
back a minute. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So the earliest, I'll start back just the paragraph before. The earliest physical evidence we have of the doom dates back to 1100 BC Babylonia. In over 3,000 years of existence, Halim's score, Sonic number 7 and number 10, was the first and maybe only ever written for solo doom. His approach to playing the drum was holistic and requires a technique that uses every part of the drum in hand. And his score is written in such a way that every gesture is denoted by an elaborate symbol system. He wrote an entirely separate book detailing the symbols, explaining the technique required to perform the score, called Hand Techniques in the Art of Drumming. In the score's instructions, Halim calls attention to the music's 3 sections: the constant, the variable, and the finale. He notes that the constant should be played exactly as written, the variable is written to allow for improvisation, and the finale can be played exactly as written, or if the performer feels moved, caught in the spirit of the piece, may improvise upon it as well. What I want to address is the variable. How far can an improvisation be extended? Or how variable can you variable? At what point in an improvisation does the thing improvised upon, the generative riff, gets lost, becomes something else, its own thing? Can it ever truly get detached? We understand the Rebecca's structure in our own image, a body, a neck, a head, skin. And when we play the drums, these parts transmogrify to our own, sounding beyond the body. Halim's concept to hear beyond what we are hearing. The drum is an appendage, the kind of blurry waveform that contains multitudes of cacophonous cosmic abstractions, which skilled percussionists are able to attune to. It is a tool for moving, for mourning, for feeling, a tool for finding new selves, new movement, new forms of joy and pain. The drum calls and congregates, the drum defies and protests. The drum brings us together and transmits energy and knowledge in ways we're still discovering. Music critic Edwin Denby reminds us, or asks us, how could our species ever have been bright enough to invent the beat? Nowadays, we aren't even bright enough to explain it. Halim dedicated his life to explaining it. Rhythm is time consciousness. We can begin to try and understand rhythm through terms such as meter, accent, duration, syncopation. But in reality, rhythm is everything, all experiences. If time is the thing the body moves through, then rhythm is the control mechanism. A drummer can push and pull time, and we twirl in step. Long before computers, before the printing press, before the written word, before the fluctuation of stocks and financial engineering, perhaps even before spoken language itself, was the drum and its rhythm. According to me, rhythm is an inception of a sound, of starlight frictions in the universe materializing to a beat within. Halim El-Dabh. Brought into this earth from distant stars, the drum has been a technology essential for our capacity for complex thoughts, engaging in the physical and mental, social congregation, and introspective meditation. Today, as we learn to dance apart, distance, at the screen as much as away from it, rhythm continues to be a tool for syncing, transmitting, connecting. When we do congregate in protest and celebration, in memoriam, the drum and rhythm is and always will be the engine for cacophony, is solidarity. And Yeah, and just to relate a personal experience. I mean, so much of thinking through this piece and thinking through Halim's relationship to the drum is also about time consciousness, and thinking kind of about longer terms and a long term dedication to an instrument and an idea. And it first came to me from an experience that I'll never forget, getting to watch Martha Graham's Clytemnestra, which Halim had written the score for. And I had the opportunity to sit right next to him. This was in 2011 for the ballet. And in the ballet, they actually used the original score that he had recorded in 1956. And so I'm sitting there next to him and ended up spending most of my time watching him more than the ballet itself, watching him listen to his own voice and own recordings from 1956. And it just kind of blew my mind. And ever since, I've been kind of devoting myself to his legacy and just trying to understand the genius and the beauty to his approach to music. So, yeah. I'd like to thank Savvy again. Thanks everyone for listening and tuning in. I'm sad I can't be there with you to celebrate. Oh, such a beautiful occasion.
So if anyone has a question for Joe, we can have some questions, one or two. No from the public? So Camila, maybe you want to say something? Is it finished?
Thank you, Joe. You know, it is what it is. If we can't meet all fully in person, you look great, but still, there is definitely this relationship between the screen and the space. Nonetheless, I would like to sincerely thank you. To underscore, also, we have been working together with many of the contributors today and tomorrow on a big retrospective homage to Halim El-Dabh, through which we will also publish the texts and the readings and the writings of many of the authors that are joining us today. So once again, thank you, Joe, for being with us virtually, and hopefully next time you will be here. Thank you.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you so much, Camilla.
Thank you.
Thanks to everybody. Much love.
Okay, so we will take a 5 minutes break and we'll continue with the performance of Yara McKewi next. 5 minutes just so we switch the sets. Thank you.
So now we're switching to the live program that we are having at Savi physically. And the first artist is Yara Mekaway. And we're going to listen a sound performance from her. And it's about Cairo, text, history, Africa, woman, body, Haseput, the word above her, and I shake the earth, picks up my vibrations for others to feel, she says. It's my voice. Sound is not just waves, it's the sensation you feel in every part of your body. It has no boundaries, it has no definite scope. Sound fills the universe. Sometimes it starts from you and reaches you through the universe. From the past, Yara draws inspiration from the spirit of her ancestors, the makers of this history, and she searches for her identity, which is sprawled on the borders of Africa, her femininity in Cairo. She works like a machine. She listens to motors that operate in her body, coming from Cairo. She listens to history in memory that she cannot modify. Yara Mekaway is a Cairo-based electronic music composer and sound artist. A prolific artist and scholar, Mekaway's sonic bricollages draw inspiration from the flow of urban centers and the infrastructure of cities. Yara was also a contributor for the exhibition that we hosted at Savi in March in the honor of El-Dabh.
سأعطي لك رأسك. سأضم رأسك للعظام من أجلك. سأعطي لها عينه ليصير ممتنا. قرباني حطب جب أعطاك عينك لعلك تصير ممتنا. عين حور الماء إناء نمس يجحونني لتضع رأسك فوقه. الماء إناء ديس. لقد أحضرها له. الماء كأس الشراب. عنك. أنا حور، لقد شققت فمك لأنني ابنك المحبوب. لقد فتحت فمك لك. أنا أعلم بأنه لؤمه حين تشرع في رثائي. أنا أعلم لها تلك التي لحقت بي إن فمك في مكانه لأنني عدلت فمك مع عظامك من أجلك. يا أزير الملك، يا أزير الملك، لقد شققت لك فمك من عين حور وخفت حبش. فمك في مكانه ولقد فتحت عينك من أجلك أيها الملك. أنا أفتح فمك من أجلك بفأس وبوابات ولقد شققت فمك من أجلك.
Hi. Thank you so much, Yara, for this beautiful performance. We've been waiting for you too long. So happy to have you here finally. My name is Ola Zielinska, and we would like to invite you now for the screening of film Uniazi of the Bushfield, a film by Arian Kaganov, which is experimental documentary on the first Africans International Festival for the Electronic Music, which was held in 2005 in Johannesburg. And the film functioned as one of the Stockhausen time bombs a kind of time machine that blasts open a threshold between different times and spaces to the map. Out of strange new world where African and Western elements of acoustic, electronic and mechanical music sit side by side. Arjan Kaganov is a South African filmmaker, poet, visual artist, novelist who explores provocative and politically charged subject matter. He left South Africa for the Netherlands at 19 to avoid conscription into the South African army during apartheid. And before enrolling in the Netherlands Film and Television Academy in 1990, he worked for the Dutch anti-apartheid movement while also writing for international publications and programming jazz for pirate radio station. Arjan Kaganov also had his contribution for another chapter of this huge research program that was an exhibition in March this year, also dedicated to practice of Halim El-Dabh. Enjoy. Thank you.
And I think this whole thing is based upon just the chutzpah of emailing all your favorite interesting musicians and asking them to come to Johannesburg, crime center of the world.
I'm not trying to avoid people. I don't expect people to not to see nothing or to have no visual. Most people have like visual things, fantasies or whatever. That is a natural thing to happen. So there's nothing wrong with that, you know. But I like the fact that if I don't put any specific images attached to what I'm doing, and then I'm giving the freedom, and this is what I believe, I'm giving the freedom for different people to have their own creations. Actually, I think that music is created by a process that involves the person working with the sound and the person listening. If you don't have a listening experience, you don't have music. That's what I think. Yeah. So music for me is not complete until there is a listener that considers, to receive and consider. After receiving, consider that thing is music.
This is just reverb.
Doing parameter updating.
Right?
Well, we're just getting it together so we can just test it out here.
There's a lot of noise.
Hello. Okay, so the important thing to you is the trombone and the person, and the computer means nothing, right, in this context, right? Well, I've seen this all over the world, so let me just do a little playing, okay?
It's just not really interesting to look at. It's just
but this is a computer music concert, so it's more not what you want to look at, but really what's happening. But that's my personal opinion.
So how would I do that? I mean, seriously.
I don't know. Work on it. Think about it. Help with an answer.
But I'd have to be much taller than you. I'd have to do it from above you.
Oh, you can figure it out. I mean, that's a pretty expensive camera. How does that work now? How does that feel, Richard?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We're ready to start. The piece you're about to hear is specifically designed for radio. There's no real visual input, which is why we've darkened the auditorium considerably and try to black it out up front. The piece is approximately 40 minutes long. We would ask you to respect concert conditions for the piece. So I know there's a bar back there, and I know it's convivial, but please could you shut the fuck up for the duration.
Unyazi is a Zulu term for lightning, with quite spiritual connotations. You know, there is no Zulu or Southern African phrase that's non-English for electricity or electronic. So when he wanted to say something in an indigenous language having to do with electronic music, Unyazi was the best he could come up with.
What we presented at the Unyazi 2005 festival would be a broad spectrum approach on what could be done with electronics in music, where electronics would address from interactive processing in live performance, laptop performance, automation, where instruments would work by themselves with signal processing, and also as far as multimedia theatre.
up in the Vitz Theater. I'm telling you, that's why because I was talking with Pops, right? And all of a sudden we heard, damn. let's get on down there.
stigmas of computer music is the laptop with the solitary laptop operator just occasionally moving a mouse.
It's a bloody nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, I think that comes from several things. Number one, I was raised learning to improvise with acoustic musicians, so I had to keep up. And I was using a big, giant analog synth at the time, so I was in a big suitcase. But I was trained in a world of fast response. A lot of people who started doing computer stuff, especially younger people, have never played with acoustic musicians, have possibly never played with anybody else, and also don't necessarily have a lot of experience in music or thinking about music or computers and music and stuff like that. So they sit in their living rooms and they stack 14 out-of-sync loops on top of each other and go like, oh, this is so cool. And think that therefore that must be interesting. And so I think there's a lot of people not really being musicians in this business. And I've actually talked to a lot of people who say, no, I'm not a musician. And I kind of think, sorry, you're on stage, you're producing sound I'm supposed to listen to, you're a musician.
I've been doing computer music now. The first piece was in '79. So it's been a long road, and it's always connected with this idea of breathing life into things, and mainly about empathy. So the music proceeds from computer programs that exist and operate in an empathetic space that we create as musicians.
It's a virtual collaboration between Karl-Heinz Stockhausen and Ladysmith Black Mambazo that happened on the laptop. I set myself the projects with the records I have, the vinyl, to digitize it and then merge it and see how they worked together. And then I suddenly thought, well, I'll get some more. Instead of digitizing my vinyl, I'll see what I can steal on the internet. Knowing that weird music is hard to find. And I found quite a lot actually.
You know, I built the instrument here. You know, I brought the mechanism that triggers those percussion, but I got the percussion from here. So I had a few days to see what's available in South Africa, and then I built up this ensemble for the people here to recognize their own instruments, but they are playing something else.
Taken the cones out of the speakers. So the speakers, instead of making any sound, the vibrations are playing the instruments. So it's completely analog setup, translated through digital.
This is just reverb.
You have a wire to each one or what?
It works by radio transmission.
By what?
By radio transmission. These are like antennas.
Ah.
And sometimes you don't even have to hit it.
Yeah.
In order for it to register. You see, you can try. You don't have to actually hit it and the light will go on. If you just get really near.
Oh, just touch it.
Yeah, you just touch it. Well, sometimes you just hover over it and it's already over.
And you can use your hand?
You know, these technology things are pretty complicated. And so what you find out is that if you don't, there's a devil waiting in the wings if you don't pay homage to the gods and the spirits that control electronics. And if you neglect them and go off and don't get your work done, on gig day, it'll come back and bite you in the butt.
Georgi Ligeti, his father, was the judge when I won the Gaudiamus Prize in Holland in 1962. So we go back a ways.
And the lack of logic between gesture and sound was just as bad as sitting in a laptop. And so for a long time I used surface-based things. I used pads, touch pads, pressure thingies, fader boxes. And I was a little dubious about the glove, and I'm still not completely convinced that I'm going to continue glove development in my life, but for the granular stuff I've been working on, it does work very well. But it is kind of a joke at this point. It's like, oh yeah, there's a guy with like the $30 Michelle hand that he spent 10 years developing.
I thought you were perhaps also referencing Freddy Krueger.
Well, I
something
mean,
about that hand.
But you know, I think it's very important that an electronic music festival take place in Africa, and I think it's also very important that we sort of start to identify the histories that already exist regarding African engagement with electronics and technology, not only in music but across the board, because a lot of that is sort of usually gets erased. And part of my job, personally, as a writer and scholar, and not only as a musician, is really to unearth some of those histories, reconnect them, rediscover them, and connect them with the rest of the history of computers and electronics and music.
And I feel like being Egyptian, I'm connecting North and South, and it makes sense that the North and the South can be connected with the piece I created in Egypt in 1944. So like back in 1944, I created this things out of African feeling, and here it is performed. You know, it's really amazing. We're now going to go for the 2 minutes piece, the wire recording that I did in 1944 for 2 minutes of it, and the signals after that for 2 minutes, signals connections that I did this year, one in 1944 and 2005, and then from that we're going to move to the trampoline. So we got 2 minutes, and trampoline. Thank you. Well, I was drawn into this group, a ritual group in Egypt called the Zar. It's a women ritual ceremonies that they do in Egypt. And I was fascinated. And I went there to listen to their work and ritual. And somehow intuitively, I felt like when I was hearing their voices, that if I eliminated parts of their voices, I'd have a new experience. And the new experience was a transformation. And that was the beginning idea of transforming the sound of becoming electronic. So I used the wire recording, and radio station of Cairo, Egypt helped me a lot by allowing me to have this material. And so we got the equipment and went to this area, the Zar, and we asked them we can record. We tried to be in a healing, told them we needed some healing because the Zar is a healing ceremony in Egypt. So during that, I experienced the transformation. And they themselves has enormous energy. Their voice was transforming the atmosphere. So I realized that their voices were transforming the environment and creating the fact that they did healing. They had to transform the vibration of the human body. And so between transforming the vibration of the human body and transforming the sound, that the sound could be like a material that I could sculpt and create new material out of it.
It's good to have these forums which one can present work, and the only way that an alternative develops, or some sort of a consciousness, a cultural consciousness, is if people do stuff and other people hear it. Like in Russia in the 80s, I mean, there was no market, and people did amazing stuff without having to worry about tailoring things for a market. And then, I suppose, as the markets open, so do the self-censorship. You know.
By self-censorship, you mean melodies?
Well, just doing things that you hope people will buy.
Yeah. Enjoyable music.
Yeah. Pleasant stuff. You know what Sid Vicious said about that, eh?
No, what's this?
Well, they said, why don't you play music more for the man in the street? And he said, because I've met the man in the street and he's a cunt. You know, I mean, that says a lot for, I think.
don't think there's a universal definition that I don't find interesting to try to look for a universal definition of music that applies to everyone. And I think that different people, I think music is created when somebody considers something that this person is listening as music. So for having music, and this has to do with that thing of images and fantasies and perception of sound. So whenever somebody is saying, well, I'm listening to this or I'm feeling this as music, then that is when music is created, not when you record something or when you go in the studio and do something.
I mean, the music itself is not political unless you associate something with it. I mean, like words in music. I mean, songs are used over and over again for different purposes, and people come to associate the song with the message. But the song is fickle. It can be used for a different message, because the words are powerful in and of themselves. But when they are joined with music, then it becomes more deeply associated with the emotional being, emotional.
As far as Unyazi is concerned, an enormous benefit, and I think the enormous repercussions that Unyazi will have, is to be able to see work such as Francisco López, Pauline Oliveros, Halim El-Dabh being performed in our country, in front of us. Most of us have no regular access to this kind of experience. We've listened to it on CDs, gotten through the internet or through documentaries. So to have this in our neighborhood is a really fantastic thing. And this will hopefully up the level of South African work tenfold.
Thank you, James.
Excuse me, me take out me Rizla. Excuse me, me take out me Rizla and me start rolling. Cause she a fine she, me say what me dealing with. Me take a piece of ganja and me start cleaning. Me rolling up me ganja and me start leaking. Me take a box of matches. Excuse me take a box of matches. Excuse me, take a box of matches, take me matches light it. When me head is feeling, I say me knees rumbling, so me belly rolling and me eye them shutting. Feel me head could have block like a car engine. Most people in a dance, them start laughing. Some of them cannot explain a serious feeling. So me run down the street like a cigar lighting. Me brethren jump, yo, and you just feeling so. Lava, iti lava, cha, iti lava. The way things are run down, me say in South Africa. German, you better mind how you choose a lover. You could have kissed Azara, Mariah, and the dog insect dig out your corner.
My immediate response to Dimitri was when he said electronic music, I said, I want to bring electronic music back to Africa, to the source, that the people here in their ritual, in their song, already knew how to do electronic music. And that's why I say Nyazi with Born Within, that the concept of transformation and form, it's right out in this continent. And I don't have to go too far by, as you say, cerebral thinking. And it came out of their body, came out of their, actually the human voice was the most fantastic. Human voice was the most fantastic thing to transform. Because you could use your human voice, transform the vibration. You could use your human voice to change the electric voltage. You can create electricity with these people's voices. It's like creating electrical particles in the air. So their knowledge is here. So I was here to really bring back the knowledge to Africa.
Okay, thank you so much for being with us. So we're having a short break and we're back by 6:30. Thank you. So our bar is open over there. Thank you also for being so patient and keeping your mask on. Yeah, see you in a bit. when we introduce, we take our mask off, so no? Yeah, okay. Lorenzo, que ya era tiempo. Vamos tarde. Nine, 8, 7. So, welcome back everyone. Thanks for being here with us. Next on is Hasan Hujairi on reorienting maverickism and a 3,000-year handshake. So Hasan Hujairi is a Bahraini artist, composer and writer. His work often explores the notion of the outsider, confronting historiographic superstructures and the nature of constructing narratives with time. Hasan Hujairi reflects on his research, questioning what is known within some circles as the maverick tradition. Although the maverick tradition generally lionizes American composers working against convention, yet operate within a European tradition, Hasan looks into why this tradition generally excludes composers belonging to different lineages and to different cultural backgrounds. Those questions are the result of a series of conversations Hasan had with Halim El-Dabh in 2014. Thank you for being with us. Enjoy.
Hi. Good evening. Thanks for being here. My name is Hasan Hujairi. We'll just jump straight into it, yeah? Okay, so in 2014, I went to Kent, Ohio to visit Halim El-Dabh. I was at the time in Vancouver while I was based in South Korea. So, and I had gone there to specifically to ask him about his notation system for one of his pieces, which is called Canine Wisdom, which he had written for the baritone dog sextet. And I liked the graphic score because it was really colorful and it was really unusual. But you know, soon after I started speaking to him, I realized just talking about one music score isn't enough. It's going to have to be a much bigger conversation. And so, I mean, as a quick introduction to myself, and maybe this will make sense while I give my lecture, I'm from Bahrain. I'm a composer, a sound artist, and a writer. I finished my PhD in music composition in Seoul National University in South Korea. And before that, I'd studied maritime history, historiography in Hitotsubashi University in Tokyo. So I have this background in historiography and music composition, but also being someone from Bahrain, which is generally not very involved in kind of cultural discussions, even within the Arab-speaking countries or the Middle East region. It's generally a very small place. It doesn't have a very, it's not, have a very big voice in terms of conversations and contributions to contemporary kind of cultural discourse. So for me as a composer, I always feel intimidated by musicians, composers, artists from other places in the region, because I always felt like, you know, I start from a lesser position just because of these relationships. I mean, this was all in my head, and I still think to an extent it's fairly true. But right. So I'll start with a question. What is a maverick? And so there are many, you know, possible definitions, but I think the most concise definition I'd found was written by Kyle Gann, who is a composer and a professor of music composition and musicology, and he'd written a book or an essay called American Mavericks, What is a Maverick? And, you know, in his essay, he cites different composers such as Charles Ives, John Cage, Harry Parch, Pauline Oliveros, many others. And he explains that the general characteristics of maverick composers are that they are independent, dissenters, nonconformists, who all found the idea of an original genealogy, for example, European concert music, to be too narrow or too full of rules. And these composers don't, fit neatly into American culture, American music culture. So they didn't, Gan says that they never intended to be be put in a box. They're not pop musicians. They're not really classical musicians. They invent their own genres, basically. And he also calls these artists genuine, and he says that they react to what they find and hear around them in this great melting pot of America. And he says that they want to wake people up and teach them to appreciate the world around them, and they're not going to let anyone else tell them how to do it. They are the mavericks. However, after reading this article, I'd corresponded with Carl Gan. We had this big conversation about mavericks again, and he told me that he would rather, he'd been doing research on this idea of the American maverick tradition for so many years. He had sort of lost interest in it, and he said that the term itself was really problematic. So he actually said that it's probably better to just delete the term, just cancel it, not use it anymore because it's too problematic. But in my case, I kept saying that I think the term maverick tradition within music is somewhat interesting or somewhat useful, on the condition that it has to be reoriented. It has to be a bit more inclusive, a bit more open to different people from different backgrounds, different practices, different views and references and genealogies. So this was sort of the beginning of my research, which started around 2012, I would say. And so, although, the discourse on what does and what does not constitute a maverick is not controlled solely by the composers, I think one of the most important aspects of really adding something to this term maverick is the importance of understanding the selfdom of the artist, the autonomy, the kind of the voice, the individuality of the composer. And so, in the case of Halim El-Dabh, I think he had done many important contributions to music composition in his immediate community, and just by us being here today talking about him, of course, his influence is much larger. Going back to these maverick composers, I think their work, generally present a unique example of selfdom that reflects their own approach to creating new ideas. Whether it's in processing histories or references or poetics of tradition and things like that. So again, in my research, I called for this idea of a reoriented maverickism, and what I mean by reorientation is a redirecting of the maverick and its embedded selfdoms towards music composition outside the confines of the more kind of Eurocentric notion of the practice of what is a composer and its attached economies. The reasoning, the reason behind coming up with these, arguing for a reoriented maverickism, was not to create a new list of maverick composers. And there are examples of different writers. I think Carl Gan is one, and there's also Broyles, who had written a really big book on the history of the American maverick composer. And it started. He argues that it started during the Puritanism in the East Coast of the United States, and it's at least 250-year-old tradition, according to Broyles. But whereas Gan would say no, it's more of the past century or so, and it's not to create a new list of people, because that would just be, it'll just be a growing list. But what's more important is this would liberate references to music traditions, non-Western or otherwise, and from having to conform to a certain aesthetic of seriousness or having to demonstrate a clear connection with its references and commonly found mannerisms. So from my perspective, I believe that accepting the reorientation of maverickism, Orientalist tropes maybe could be avoided by not needing to adopt tropes of exoticism or, and or Derridian ontology of cliche archaism. But the second purpose of this reoriented maverickism is to give an equal importance to the references being used within creative practice. So, I think that by reorienting this idea of maverickism, suddenly you can argue that, Pansori music from South Korea is on equal setting as, Dastgah music, like Persian Dastgah music with, music like 12-tone series, like tonality from in the early 20th century. So it's everything suddenly becomes equal, and you can argue that that suddenly everything becomes culturally hybrid, and it's possible to accept everything, and there's no more hierarchy. And the third purpose of this reorienting of the maverickism was to help composers and artists working outside of outside the norms to better understand and critique their own practice, and to encourage audiences and listeners to debate such practices. So, here's for instance, I remember in regards to composers when I was younger and I was studying more maqam theory, and I was learning to play the oud. Several of my teachers were from Iraq, and I remember one of the most challenging matters was sort of the references that they're teaching me from, and I even had to learn the mannerisms of how to carry the instrument when I'm walking outside on the street. This is based on how their teacher's teacher had taught them to carry the instrument, and so, these little mannerisms, affect how you perform on stage, how you even compose or improvise, and even how to record music. And they love reverb, they love this echo and recordings from the 70s, and which to me sounds, I always found it problematic. But yeah, this sort of training of how to deal and perform within a tradition becomes problematic. So if you want to be a maverick, do your own thing, you have to be able to break away from these habits and these sort of gained mannerisms. And, by encouraging composers to reorient the maverick, regardless of gender or race, or, from geographies perhaps not seen by some as hubs that highly impact music history narratives, suddenly have an equal footing to others from around the world. And I think, composers would be able to understand their own practice without needing to feel any sort of charlatanism or inferiority, and audiences and listeners, again, I think it'll be really interesting to see how they engage with this if suddenly they're allowed to accept all this. But again, just going back to this idea of a call for reorienting of the maverick, with a high emphasis on selfdom, is not meant to be an altruistic call with a moralist tinge. It's a practical means of thinking and rethinking for composers on genealogy, tradition, practice, and trajectory. Such a reorienting is also a way for audiences and listeners and facilitators to be included in music histories and to understand where music practice and its narratives are at today. So I just emphasize that I think, the idea of this soul genius, this person who sits in their room and compose great music or unusual music is kind of a myth in a way. They need to have a community that they belong to. They need to have audiences. They need to have platforms such as cultural institutions of some sort to allow them to present their works, and it needs an entire ecosystem, to facilitate, to allow for these kinds of exchanges to happen. But I think the selfdom also is of high importance. So this idea of the great man, the great man in composition, this tradition within music, it just needs to be questioned. So going back to this idea of what I just mentioned, in my dissertation, or my research, I started working on, how to reorient the Maverick away from its more Euro-American-centric placement in order to be more inclusive of composers from different countries and different traditions. And in order to do this, I had to conduct interviews, and the 3 interviewees I had were Halim El-Dabh, Pauline Oliveros, who also appeared in the video just now, and Hwang Byung-gi, who was a Korean kayagum master, basically, and composer. And they're not, I mean, Pauline Oliveros sometimes appears in some lists as a Maverick composer, but Halim El-Dabh and Hwang Byung-gi generally are not as prevalent, I think. And I think, they should be. The contributions they made are really interesting, at least, in my eyes, or the way I see things. So I personally define Maverick composers as singular composers working against convention, and they have occupied a unique position in composition developments over the past century or so. Such composers are referred to in various ways: outsider composers, or experimental composers, or sometimes they use the word eccentric composers or maverick composers. And although maverick composer traditionally seen as being more American, again, I think, by reorienting it, it'll be a bit more open. I do want to sort of add a few more points. I think, this conversation of reorienting Maverickism was where I was at between the years 2012 and 2018. So a lot of things have happened since then, but 2012 was just at the tail end of the Arab Spring, and it was one of those really big moments historically and personally where, I was thinking as a young composer from a small country, such as Bahrain, I thought, what's my position? What should my trajectory be? What vector should I be? Sort of, who am I and what am I supposed to be doing? And so I kind of needed at that point someone to look up to. I needed some kind of example or some kind of mentor to look up to and to consider. I had thought that perhaps by visiting with Halim, that it would suddenly it would be that silver bullet, that magic solution, these ideas that I had about this reoriented Maverick, I was technically in a vacuum. I was a student in South Korea from Bahrain, trying to come up with a type of research that isn't Orientalist, it isn't, and again, I was studying Korean music composition, so I put myself in a position where I'm a complete outsider to a tradition, and I'm trying to create new works for it, and without being, too superficial in my approach, trying to find interesting substance to work with, and so I found that, at least looking into the selfdom of Halim and the way I spoke with him, and we had these interviews and these exchanges, I suddenly, felt that, okay, if somebody such as Halim could do it, maybe I can do it too, in my own way. And so in hindsight, I think that's, that was what was happening at the time, but I also find it a little problematic now, all these years later, because it felt slightly self-serving. I was doing it for myself, essentially, more than anything else, but for my own practice. But I also think that maybe suddenly the conversation, if it grows a bit, it becomes a bit more, open to others, and maybe this could lead to something else. And, and so I also, on a final note, I also think that, looking at Halim only as a composer is not fair, and I generally in my research I looked at him simply as a composer, and now all these years later I think that it's not enough to just see a person as the work they do or the a part of their practice, and so I'm really curious, if one gets to see Halim as more than just a composer. You understand his practice and his research in ethnomusicology, for instance, or his writings, or even these anecdotes, these sayings that he has, and suddenly it's no longer just a two-dimensional kind of practice. It becomes a lot more faceted, a lot more complex, and I think that's really important. And I mean, and the reason I come to this conclusion is that there's this anecdote in my mind that I keep thinking about, and that anecdote was on the very first day when I went to meet him at his house. I remember walking up to the front door, and I was expecting to knock the door and somebody would open the door, but just before I knocked the door magically opens and he comes out and he says, "Hi, I'm Halim El-Dabh. I'm 4,092 years old, and we've met before, you know." And that was the greet, and he just shook my hand. I'm like, "Oh, you know, this is." So he says, "Yeah, we've met before. I'm sure of it." And to me, that was, you know, I thought it was quirky at the time, but now that I think about it again, I think it probably means something far bigger than just that, and in today's context. And I think this idea of, you know, revisiting ideas or reconsidering ideas is, I think, what I'd really like to get out of this. And so, you know, I also just want to say, and just want to end this thing, I'm very grateful to be with every one of you here today, because a lot of this work and a lot of these contemplations that were done by me alone, almost in my own kind of on my desk, and it's really nice to see everyone else here who have this shared interest being here physically, and I hope that this would sort of be the beginning of a new type of history, or at least a new type of conversation that I think needs to be had. So thank you very much. Can ask some questions, I think, if you have any. Okay, well, I'll be around, and you know where you can find me, and I'll be happy to. Yeah, thanks again.
Thank you so much, Hasan. Mohammed Rabhi is an Egyptian writer, editor, and co-curator of the bookstore Khan Al-Janoub in Berlin. His debut novel, Kawkab Anbar, Amber Planet from 2010, won the first prize in the Emerging Writers category of the 2011 Sawiris Cultural Award competition, and was published in a French translation by Acute Sud under the title La Bibliothèque Argentée. His second novel, Year of the Dragon, was released in 2012, and his third novel, Otared, was published in 2016. Today, Rabhi will read an excerpt from his latest political satire novel, History of the Gods of Egypt. Please welcome Mohammed Rabhi.
Hello, good evening. مقدمة. ما الذي يدفع إلها مثلنا للقيام بعمل حقير كالكتابة؟ نتذكر جيداً حدثاً مهماً من فترة طفولتنا. كنا حينها نعيش مع والدينا وإخوتنا في منزل صغير بحي عريق من أحياء العاصمة. حرص أبونا على تعليق تماسيح صغيرة محنطة على جدران البيت، وزعها على الغرف وكأن الواحد منها شرط للعيش في المكان. كانت كلها تماسيح صغيرة إلا المعلق على جدار الصالة. كان أكبرها حجماً، طوله يزيد قليلاً عن المترين، وبطنه أعرض من بطون البقية كأنه كبيرهم. ربما كانت تلك عادة قديمة اكتسبها من سنوات طفولته البعيدة، تمت بصلة إلى بلدته القديمة في الجنوب. وكما يتغير كل شيء، بدأت ملامح التغير في بيتنا المستقر عندما انتشرت رائحة كريهة في أحد الأيام. لم يدرك أبونا أو أمنا أو أحد إخوتنا مصدرها. نتذكرهم أثناء دورانهم في الشقة يتشممون الأركان وما خلف الكراسي والأسرة وكل المواضع المختفية. وبالمصادفة اقترب أبونا من التمساح الأكبر المعلق على جدار الصالة ليكتشف أن الرائحة تنبعث منه. أخذت عملية التعفن حتمية الحدوث تثير فكرنا منذ تلك الحادثة. تعجبنا لرغبة البشر في تخليد أي شيء حي. لم نفهم سبب الحفاظ على جثث تماسيح معلقة على جدران البيت. أيضا لم نفهم ضرورة بذل العناء المتمثل في اصطياد تمساح ثم قتله ثم تحنيطه، والعملية الأخيرة لا بد أنها شاقة بالغة التعقيد. أكان أجدادنا يعبدون التماسيح؟ أكان الحفاظ عليها هكذا معلقة نوعا من الإيمان بألوهية تمساح كبير هائل يطير في السماء؟ أم أن كل تمساح كان إلها على الأرض في وقت ما؟ نتذكر ونفكر اليوم ونحن نكتب هذه المقدمة في غضب أبينا وحزنه حينما علم بأن جثة التمساح قد بدأت تتعفن. غضب كهذا لم يكن غضب جامع تحف تعرضت تحفته الأثيرة للتلف، بل كما نظن غضب عابد فوجئ بما يعبده وقد اعتراه الفساد. بالطبع لم يكن أبونا ليعلن قط عن عبادته لتمساح أجوف محنط. في ذلك الوقت كان عصر الظلام قد انتهى إلى الأبد منذ زمن بعيد جدا، وكان ضعاف النفوس مثل أبينا وأمنا لا يزالون متشبثين ببقايا الماضي السحيق ذلك، بتفاصيل عصر الظلام الكئيبة، حتى وإن لم يعيشوا في ذلك العصر قط. لكنهم ورثوا تلك التفاصيل بعد أن نسيت أصولها مع مرور السنوات. ويبدو أن أبانا لم يدرك تماما أنه كان يعبد التمساح المعلق على الحائط، وأن غضبه ذاك ناتج عن تحطم صورة إلهه في عقله. لم يشرح لنا أبونا سبب غضبه الشديد، ومات بعد تلك الحادثة بأيام، ولذلك رأت أمنا أن موته مرتبط بشكل ما بتعفن التمساح. هذا الربط بين حادثين منفصلين هو ربط غامض غير مفهوم بالنسبة لنا الآن. لم يكن مفهوما أيضا حينما مات أبونا منذ سنوات عدة، لكن يبدو أن عائلتنا كلها كانت تحتفظ بتلك المفاهيم القديمة. الرابط الغامض ينتمي إلى ما سمي في زمن بعيد جدا الغيبيات، وهي أشياء لم يدركها الناس ولم يفهموها ولم يجدوا أي دليل على وجودها، لكنهم آمنوا بها كقوة مؤثرة على حيواتهم. أمنا لم تكن تتكلم كثيرا معنا، كانت تعاملنا على أننا طفل، مع أننا كنا حين مات أبونا في 15. لم تشرح لنا لما آمنت بعلاقة ما بين تعفن التمساح ووفاة أبينا. ثم انتهى كل شيء عندما كبرنا ودخلنا كلية الآداب وصار لنا قدر كبير من الاستقلالية. لكننا لا نكتب مقدمة عمل أدبي يحوي ذكريات عن عائلتنا وحياتنا قبل الألوهية، بل مقدمة كتاب تاريخي. شكراً.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Rabi, for the beautiful reading. Thank you. I have the pleasure to introduce Timkehet Tefera. And I think I owe Timkehet a bit of an explanation, because when she came in today, instinctively, in saying hello, I stood up. And she said, no, you don't need to stand up, just sit down. And, and I thought, but why? I do have to stand up and say welcome. Not only because it's the first time she pays us a visit on such an important occasion, but also because I had just read a very touching essay she had written about somebody who happens to be her father, Tefeha Mekonnen, who was a music icon in Ethiopia, who passed on in 1982. And I think, it is this thought, that kind of, I was still carried away by that writing and by that history and the incredible work she had done to put this together. But also, just the incredible amount of work she's done in the past years. I don't know many musicologists, especially of African origin, around here that have done that kind of work, publishing hundreds of, and the 100 is not just to say a big number, it's really hundreds of papers on popular music, on traditional music, and so on, wide, incredible research around the East African coast and North Africa. And so it really gives us a lot of pleasure to have her with us. And especially to talk about Halim El-Dabh, or to connect Halim to Ethiopia, because Ethiopia plays a very important role in Halim's biography, as some of you might know. And as Denise Seacrest writes about in the biography she did on Halim El-Dabh, that he was invited. I mean, we never know what is the truth, because there's also a lot of legends out there, but that he was invited to come to Ethiopia to set up a department in the University of music, and actually with the intention of setting up a department for classical music. And he came there, and legend holds it that, he was asking, but what kind of classical music do you want me to do here? It can't be the European classical music when you have such sophisticated music in Ethiopia. And it says that he would go to the bars and listen to people and picked, brilliant musicians and put together, and that's how, as legend holds it, that the National Orchestra came about. Anyways, the lecture is titled Orchestra of Ethiopia and the Contribution of Halim El-Dabh. So Timkehet Tefera's presentation attempts to provide a glimpse of Halim El-Dabh's long life journey related to the period he spent in Ethiopia between 1961 and 64. Despite his short stay in Ethiopia, Halim El-Dabh did not only conduct ethnomusicological research, gave lectures at the Addis Ababa University, set up the Center for Creative Arts in 1961. He also created Orchestra Ethiopia, as I mentioned earlier, the traditional music ensemble that played a pivotal role in introducing the assets and values of the country's traditional music and culture for about a decade. So Timkehet Tefera is an Ethiopian musicologist, studied at the Humboldt University, Berlin, and successively obtained her bachelor and master's and PhD, specializing in ethnomusicology. Her research centered on musical practices in Ethiopia. Her PhD thesis focused on a comprehensive documentation of wedding customs in the central highland regions of Ethiopia, resulting from her field work in the area, and published a book in 2021. Widening her research area, Timkehet conducted studies in East Africa as a fellow of the German Research Association, an affiliate of the Martin Luther University in Halle-Wittenberg. The book titled Aerophone im Instrumentarium der Völker Ostafrikas, published in 2009, is an outcome of her field research in Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Sudan. So, as I said, she has produced more than 150 scientific articles and books in various languages, which have been imperative in promoting musical landscapes of Ethiopia in particular, and East Africa at large. So, now you understand why I stood up to say hello. So, Tim Kate, welcome.
Just for the no. Leave it. No. Come on. Okay. Until she prepares the PowerPoint presentation, let me utter some words about the please sit down culture. In our culture, anybody who comes in is respected through this gesture my brother made when I got in your office. And the person who is being greeted immediately says, please sit down, remain seated or sit down. Thank you for respecting me in the name of God. That is why I said it, thought in my language and my culture, and that is the relationship with the sitting and standing. Thank you. You got it. Yeah. There we go. Okay, I think it's okay. Let me check. How can I shift it? It has to be full screen. I don't know your computer. But let me start in order to save time. Dear all, at the outset, let me note that I am humbled and honored to participate in this event that pays tribute to the great ethnomusicologist, musicologist, composer, and musician Halim El-Dabh. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. My presentation gives due attention to the traditional ensemble called Orchestra Ethiopia and the close connection with Halim El-Dabh. Look at this beautiful picture depicting Halim. I found it in the internet. In fact, I don't have any pictures of Halim. Holding the Ethiopian one-stringed fiddle masinko. It seems as if he's testing how to position his fingers on the string and produce the intended speech. This is one of the very well-known traditional music instruments in the central highland of Ethiopia. As you can see on the rear of the photo, it is a collection of the plain dealer library of the Kent State University, where Halim served as professor of ethnomusicology. The handwritten note indicates that the instrument is indeed the Masinko from Ethiopia. I like the picture, which also seems to reveal Halim's experiment with various musical instruments worldwide and use their sounds for his great music compositions. Regarding Ethiopian traditional music, there is no doubt that Halim El-Dabh wrote history when he brought Orchestra Ethiopia to life. Without his relentless effort, it might have probably taken a long time for the bountiful musical cultures in this huge country to reach the stage. Thanks to Halim's initiative, Orchestra Ethiopia was to contribute its level best to the advancement of the traditional music and dance cultures in Ethiopia. Orchestra Ethiopia existed only for about 10 years. Right from the beginning up to the end, it went through many transformations and challenges that put a great strain on its existence. The challenges were triggered by both internal and external influences, unconducive socio-political and economic circumstances of Ethiopia. And yet, it continuously shaped and reshaped, organized and reorganized itself thanks to its music-loving and committed members, including the heads of the orchestra who gave their level best to make a difference. But interesting is here that this Ethiopian traditional ensemble was created by an Egyptian-born American who got a fellowship and set foot in Ethiopia in 1961 to conduct ethnomusicological researches. Due to the strong historical and cultural ties between Egypt and Ethiopia, Halim's research focused on the ancient Egyptian Coptic and Ethiopian Orthodox churches. Apart from the research work, however, Halim's activities in Ethiopia included teaching students at the university. In his lectures, he deliberately made them aware, the students aware of their own musical and cultural assets and values. Besides lecturing, the university administration asked Halim to collaborate in setting up the Center of Creative Arts within the compounds of the Addis Ababa University. Back then, it was called Haile Selassie University. The then Emperor Haile Selassie supported the idea of having a creative arts center. Consequently, about 50,000 Ethiopian birr, which is a lot of money, was a lot of money in those days, was allocated. This measure showed the royal government's commitment. By the time the cultural center was established, the emperor had already moved to the National Jubilee Palace in 1960, and prior to that, he gave the old palace to the Addis Ababa University, which is today also one of the very important buildings holding a lot of historical materials. It's today the Institute of Ethiopian Studies. It was after Halim accomplished his field work in various Ethiopian regions that the Addis Ababa University approached him to help setting the Creative Arts Center upon the order of Haile Selassie. His main task was to establish a traditional music ensemble as an ethnomusicologist and culture advocate. Halim was aware of the positive impact such ensembles have to foster music and culture. Anyway, soon after Halim began recruiting musicians, mainly by going from a night establishment from one night establishment to the next, namely in local wine houses where traditional Azmari musicians often entertain their audiences. Halim also used his limited network to find musicians fitting to the cultural center. After accomplishing this quite challenging task, because people regarded him somehow as, who is this crazy guy going from one wine house to the other looking for musicians? Deliberately, musicians, in fact, musicians' status was very low in Ethiopia until recent days. So he used, apart from this act, networks to find musicians fitting to the cultural center. And after accomplishing this quite challenging task under very trying circumstances, Halim created a group comprising instrument players, singers, dancers. So mention must, however, be made that Ethiopia, as I told you, had a conservative society back then. Therefore, given the low status of music and musicians had, it is imaginable what a great burden Halim's task had been. Although the emperor was known as a reformist in every sector since the early 1940s, that included the revival of army music bands of European style, but this was primarily meant to show power and authority through marching bands and so on and so forth. Musicians were generally not respected. On the contrary, they often faced neglect and disregard. Therefore, similar to many occupational minorities in Ethiopia, musicians were regarded as second-class citizens. Therefore, one can imagine under what kind of circumstances Halim attempted to build a traditional ensemble. After all the tiresome work, the Addis Ababa University administration refused to put the musicians on its payroll. So imagine, this was surely shocking for Halim, whose life was centered around music and research. However, after searching for solutions, he finally got in touch with a radio station called Voice of the Gospel, which paid the musicians some small compensations after few studio recordings in collaboration with Halim. This was, however, not enough to keep the musicians. It was after quite many ups and downs and repeated convincing works of Halim that the university administration approved the monthly salaries for the musicians, which marked the advent of the ensemble. From this moment onwards, Creative's Art Center became home to the musicians. This situation gave Halim opportunity to get acquainted to the musical repertoire the musicians offered, but also to understand the musicians and their diverse musical and cultural backgrounds, regionally different learned and adapted behaviors as well as mentalities. For someone like Halim, who already had a lot of experience with composition, the possibility to get in touch with different music instruments of the orchestra on daily basis must have triggered him to push his creativity. He experimented with a variety of the musical instruments and their sounds, which he fused with one another with the aim of bringing the ensemble together. Also selected recorded sound materials he collected during his field works might have helped him to understand different types of music cultures and sounds to foster the rehearsals and certainly to develop a mutual understanding among the musicians and between him and the musicians, both individually and as a group. I do not doubt that Halim also gave the musicians space to share their ideas freely and develop their skills based on mutual understanding. Halim aimed at unifying the musicians despite their diversity and musical language, musical tradition, and sociocultural backgrounds and individual behaviors. In one of his written works, he narrates that the musicians are wandering minstrels, street performers, dancers, and poets who came from different walks of life and represent various regions and cultures of Ethiopia. You have to imagine that this was the first experiment to bring such an ensemble with diverse individuals and their backgrounds to work together and perform music on the stage. Secondly, you have to imagine that even if Halim was an expert in music and composition, he was totally new to the different Ethiopian cultures the musicians incorporated. Then I also imagine the language problem between Halim and the musicians that might have probably caused many misunderstandings. Important is also that the music instruments, regardless whether they are played together or in solo, have their own cultural, religious, and ritualistic contexts. This time, however, all instruments are put together, which perhaps did not suit to musicians since it was an experience they never learned. Another problem was the 10-stringed box lyre bagana in the ensemble. This instrument was commonly used as in a religious context. Since ancient times, the bagana accompanies solo songs praising the Lord or for meditative purposes. Playing the bagana in groups is a recent, very recent phenomenon, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, it was morally impossible for the musicians in those days to use this highly respected musical instrument in the new ensemble. There were surely many misunderstandings given the fact that the musicians had different experiences due to their different backgrounds and musical skills as well. So for these and other reasons, it was hard for Halim to ensure unity among the musicians, which at the end of the day, however, became gradually possible. Halim has his own learned and adapted musical behavior that stems from his upbringing. His profound Pan-African attitude, his musical perception and creativity is undoubtedly influenced by his background. He defines his life as a vibration of color and shape, and expressing the kinetic link humans have with sound as an integral part of soundscape. Discussing his musical perception, Halim mentions words such as clashing, overlapping, repelling sound modalities. Now, I previously mentioned the problems Halim and the musicians initially had in terms of musical understanding. Halim, however, never gave up and continued unifying the group. He composed an instrumental piece called Tinnish Makadda, Little Beauty. While listening to this piece, one perceives this clashing, colliding, and overlapping of sounds produced by the different several music instruments Halim put together. The piece is dominated by short, recurring, melodic and metro-rhythmic patterns or phrases, whereas in certain gaps, flutes and trumpets, called washant, mbilta, and malakats jump into play solo or in exchange with drum beats, or the lyre krar and the fiddle masinko play arbitrarily in exchange. Given the fact that all these instruments were played together in this manner for the first time, I believe that Halim attempted to create a bond between the musicians to make them aware of the fact that they can perform music together and appreciate the sound. In my view, this must have been a groundbreaking change to the traditional ensemble that followed the footsteps of Orchestra Ethiopia, to many traditional ensembles. Let us listen to this piece Halim prepared. Thank you. So you see a kind of a motive that repeats itself over and over again, while all other musical instruments have their positions where they can enter and join the other musical instruments. From Ethiopian viewpoint, well, music, you have to understand, we have to understand, or many of you know, that music is a subjective issue. All of us should not have the same flair or the same taste of music. And that also depends on our cultural background and on what we learned during our lives. So from an Ethiopian viewpoint, maybe the experienced listener would not understand this piece. One needs to understand this piece from Halim's viewpoint, who Halim was, what he did, for instance, in terms of electronic music. That notion and concept should be taken into consideration in order to understand his view and what he tried to do with these musical instruments, and from my point of view, to unite the musicians. So this is my opinion to the piece. So Halim made plentiful field recordings resulting from his researches in many parts of the world. Referring to Africa, he conducted intensive researches in a number of countries and must have recorded quite a massive body of sound materials from different cultures. Parts of these recordings were released at different times, among them African Music Village, African Melody and Beat, and Drum Voices of Africa, and surely many more. In his African Music Village Music Collection, 2 pieces are dedicated to Ethiopia from his visit in the central highland regions of the country in 1961. It's okay. Anyway, the song or the songs are described as Shillela. They are warrior songs. One is performed as a solo song and the other as a group song. With their powerful lyrics and the agitating character, Shillela songs or warrior songs often praise and inspire warriors to have pride, self-confidence, and courage, stimulating physical aggressiveness, demonstrating manliness and the recklessness of warriors. The preservation of such recordings are, among others, important to investigate whether the musical performance has undergone changes, and if so, what and why. It allows to undertake compositions between different periods, made between different periods. This also refers to songs and their lyrical messages that are product of the given socio-cultural and socio-political structures. So people like Halim, who left a legacy from, also in terms of their recordings, are so important because we need to understand what was recorded in those days. An example for me, a very good example, is a recording which took place in 1905 in the northern part of Ethiopia, in Aksum, when Germany created, or Ethiopia and Germany made the first diplomatic relation. So the diplomat who went to Ethiopia with all his crew, one of the crew members was a physician, but simultaneously he tried to make recordings on the spot, which then came to Germany, were brought to Germany and preserved in the phonogram archive of Berlin. After 100 years, when the two countries celebrated their anniversary, I was able to get access to those recordings in order to write a paper or a book analyzing what songs were performed in those days and how we can understand them from today's viewpoint. Halim El-Dabh came to Ethiopia and witnessed its largely untouched and strange but colorful traditional music expressions. As Pan-Africanist and musicologist, he must have aimed to change the notion and negligence of traditional music and musicians. Hence, he wanted to raise awareness on its importance. This idea triggered the creation of this ensemble. It was the members of this group who, for the first time, appeared on the stage to perform music accompanied by traditional musical instruments and dance. Halim has done a great job in creating this orchestra that left a huge legacy. We need to pay homage to Halim for establishing Orchestra Ethiopia, an ensemble that paved the way to the establishment of many traditional bands and great musicians in the years to follow. The legendary ensemble lasted for about or almost 12 years until 1975. By the time Halim left Ethiopia, he handed it over to the task over to the American Peace Corps volunteer, classical musician and language tutor Cissokho. Cissokho worked with Orchestra Ethiopia for about 3 years from 64 to 66. Then the Ethiopian music and culture enthusiast Tesfaye Lemma replaced Cissokho. It was after this period that the ensemble faced various difficulties for years to follow, and yet Tesfaye Lemma never refrained to fight against all odds and continue creating, rehearsing, performing with the ensemble. During the years with Tesfaye Lemma, Orchestra Ethiopia released several music albums with timeless songs remembered by many until today. They not only entertained their audiences inside Ethiopia, but got the opportunity to make international tours, mainly in the United States of America, and promote Ethiopian cultural music. After Orchestra Ethiopia was disbanded in 1975, the musicians were dispersed. Many of them joined other similar ensembles that were meanwhile created or they continued with their solo careers. Each musician is remembered for the great legacy they have left, including Halim El-Dabh. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. I think that deserves another round of applause, actually. Thank you. Our next performer is Ali Morali, who is a violinist, composer, educator, and writer based in Berlin and born in Damascus, Syria, where he studied at the Higher Institute of Music. He holds a master's degree from the University of Music in Karlsruhe, Germany, and was commissioned by Documenta 14 in Kassel, the theatre of Oldenburg, and Bachfest in Tübingen. He has performed in the Middle East, in Europe, and the United States, and is a former member of the West Eastern Divan, co-founded by Edward Said and Daniel Barenboim. Morali also writes opinion pieces, treatises, and reviews on arts and culture for various publications in the Arab world. Reflecting upon the life, music, and thought of Halim El-Dabh, his performance examines the contrapuntal relations between origin and origination, along with the history of the region. It observes how the theme of Genesis has formed a center of gravity around which self-reassured culture orbits, while being interrupted with continuous strokes of self-determined individuals in order to break loose and explore the universe. Please welcome Ali Morali.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ali Morali, for this wonderful work and composition. I think it's a very good moment to take time and digest. So we're going to go on a short break for about 20 minutes. So we resume at 8:20 p.m. Thank you.
Shall I wait there? Where do you want me, here or there?
So, the next performance we will listen Fari Bradley, and we met with Fari through Halim El-Dabh, although without his physical presence, because Fari has published a piece on Halim El-Dabh, and so we wanted to have a conversation with her about whether we could collaborate, which we planned as a quick call at the beginning, but it's turned out to be like almost a 2-hour-long Skype conversation. And then, yes, we started talking about what we can do together, and then it turned out to be not just one thing, but one piece that you produced for us, and then another writing piece that you wrote for the book that we are gonna soon publish on and about Halim El-Dabh. And today she's with us. She came all the way from London. And then she's going to do a performative reading with us. Fari Bradley is an Iranian, London-based sonic artist with a musical background. Using found materials and handmade electronics, Bradley's research-led practice involves sculpture, installation, live performance, and broadcasts. Both her solo and joint practice as duo Bradley Weaver involve sound and radio commissions from the likes of London Architecture Week, the VA Museum, South London Gallery, Art Dubai, Venice Biennale, the British Council, and Freeze projects. Now we will listen Fari.
Thank you, Onur. Just have a sip of tea. Inside, outside, integrity, true and false. I propose a small text around my current research into pollution and further ideas on the chapter I wrote for the savvy contemporary book on Halim El-Dabh. In the chapter, I discuss the work of groundbreaking French filmmaker and critic Jean Epstein, alongside Halim El-Dabh's practice in life and work. I will then present research of my own in sonic and visual art, which manifests here as travel as research and recording as research, conducted in the vein of Halim's own travels and his subsequent teaching. In some way, I have thought of this presentation as if I were also sharing it with him, as well as you all here. You only needed to meet Halim once to know how genuine he was, how approachable, and how constant in his work and life conducted with such integrity, and how personable his own ethnomusicological endeavors were. Not only the way he collected information, but also the way he transmitted it. I wish he had been here. The first piece we're hearing is an extract from my composition for the Savvy Contemporary radio broadcasts. Then we will hear Halim El-Dabh's Monk Sings with Bagena, and then we'll hear Halim El-Dabh's Stellae of Axum, and after that will be my own presentation. I am wondering what is beyond and above empathy. From an interview of Halim El-Dabh 2015 with Delinda Collier, he said, "Even as a child, I was attracted to the screeching sound of the water wheel that soothed the blindfolded cows that moved in a circle for hours unknowingly, thinking that they were walking straight. I am until today still attempting to unlock the inner sound. My approach was concerning the treatment of the environment, like thunder, like storms, crickets, birds, cicadas, bees. as well as man's engagement with the sounds of the environment, such as lawnmowers, airplanes, trucks, and construction. 60 years earlier, in 1955, Jean Epstein wrote in his essay, The Close-Up of Sound, "The essential generosity of the cinematographic instrument, like that of all noble instruments, which transform and multiply the power of our senses, consists in enriching and in renewing our conception of the universe, making its ways of being accessible to us, that simply looking and listening cannot directly perceive. And it is not only that the lens makes us familiar with faraway countries that we will never set foot on, that it turns us into witnesses across time and through walls, of events and lives that we would otherwise know as only a date and a name, but that it introduces us into the very thought, the way of feeling and understanding of the illustrious and of admired figures whose presence and confidence seem to us like wishes that would never come true. It is also and above all that the screen shows us things magnified and detailed, in perspectives, relations, movements unknown until then, which force our attention, contradict our patterns of thought, and compel us to revise most of our judgments." And then Epstein says specifically on recorded sound, on incidental noise actually, in the same essay, "The huge majority of technicians do not concern themselves at all with what the instrument they handle may reveal as uncommon, or never heard before in the noises that it is exposed to. Or when they do concern themselves with it, they react in horror, with the view of removing, like pitchgrass, any strange novelty, any mysterious disobedience towards which the machine may have found itself pushed by its own nature." So alongside this practice of the use of machines to cleanse the nature of sound, I see dangerous parallels with the ideas of purity, purity across social spaces, for example, racial purity, class purity, gender purity. Is hygiene in every form not the ultimate objective of the upper classes? I'll say that again. Is hygiene in every form not the ultimate objective of the upper classes? What then of travelling on foot amongst what men have traditionally labelled as lesser developed societies? By embracing the road, la strada, ethnographers such as El-Dabh and more sensitive anthropologists have brought the delicate intricacies missed by mainstream and colonial categorization. Can you turn that off, please? That's insane. Of the much feared other into mainstream society. I'm actually still blinded, I actually can't see. So the counterpoint then in the struggle against the violence of these forms of cleansing is the job of the recordist, in any form, visual or oral, to transmit the humanity and the hidden aspects of the other to us, and by thus showing us the nature of these, for us to find our own face and voice within this otherness. We learn to embrace the very otherness we carry within ourselves and that has always been there. Are you other curious? Perhaps color curious? Then leave still the camera, leave still the microphone. We compromise on the integrity of the cultural adaptation to a certain level of satisfaction, dip a toe, or wear the pain of others like a prop. The misconception is that to muddy oneself is to fail, to be petty, or to be merely human. It instead is to be greatly human. It should not be necessary to switch off a part of ourselves in order to evolve. How to decolonize this gaze, but to embrace this uneasiness? It said, bureaucratic unease with emotion is still itself an emotion. Transecting the nature-culture continuum, an ecology of fear converges with the mode of control as a new cartography of danger. Is nature a threat to those who would control because of the peace that it can provide? The false ideal that the highest cleanliness there is the purity given by a machine is to ignore and willfully misunderstand the machine's own materiality and the machinery itself. Thus, by revealing the flaws of natural sound and the landscape, we learn to accept ourselves. Recording in nature, a microphone picks up that what would be in a studio recording considered unwanted sounds. Recording in nature, one listens and looks until the techno-sublime permeates one. When our own autorism is applied at the moment, the senses amplify. We are ourselves a machine that processes sound, with all its concomitant feedback and the like. Is not then the microphone and the camera an extension of our own consciousness? Here is a quote on the techno-sublime from Distances Immaterial, Epstein versus Etna, as in the volcano Etna, by Jennifer Wilde. Epstein's use of telegraphic mediation deserves more attention for how it specifically revises the romantic paradigm. Epitomized by Epstein's receipt of the volcano's telegraphic emission, the distance that formerly maintained a subject's integrity in a sublime experience is here broken down or technologically bridged in modernity. One might say that modern technologies quite naturally and by their design overcome the distance that once threatened to undo the subject. However, the telegraph and cinema also mediate it such that the subject might marvel at the physical and psychical overcoming. Epstein wrote, "In a place called Nancy, an auditorium of 300 people groaned out loud upon seeing a kernel of wheat germinate on the screen. This unique apparition of a nearness, however far an object may be to the viewer, and we should remember, of course, that a screen is in self maintaining a distance. This apparition of a nearness is an effect of Epstein's technological sublime more broadly." Right, now for an ancient invocation. The Gayatri Mantra is seen by many as the foremost mantra, the way to the awakening of the mind and soul. It is the way to reach the most supreme form of existence within and without ourselves. The sacred Hindu texts, the Upanishads, dating from around 700 BC, contain many references to the Gayatri Mantra, and it is considered in all the four Vedas. The goddess Gayatri is the mother of all the Vedas and the consort of Brahma. She is made up of the coming together of Parvati, Lakshmi, and Saraswati to become Adiparashakti, the mother of gods and the supreme god of all gods. In this way, associated with the sun, Gayatri is worshipped as the sun goddess and governs our creativity and the pure knowledge that lies within us. Ellie, can you put the... Ellie, thanks.
apo jyotirasomritam brahma bhuva swaram om bhuva swaram om bhuva swaram om bhuva swaram.
we waiting for?
Should we get started? Yeah? All right. Okay, well, okay. This is going to be a very quick panel discussion, but before we get started, I'd just like to introduce...
Hi, I'm Sam Shalaby. How do you do?
And Sam, you'll be doing a performance.
Yes, I'll be performing, I think around 10:20 or so, doing a solo oud interpretation of some of Halim's earlier pieces. So.
Yep. And you'll also be speaking tomorrow, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I have the lecture portion of my visit tomorrow.
Yeah. And Fari, you just gave us a presentation.
Are you having déjà vu? You've seen me twice in 2 minutes.
Me too. Yeah, so I'd just like to take this opportunity to have a chat with two people I look up to and two friends of mine. Sam is, for many years, he's been one of the kind of the driving forces behind this improvised movement happening in, I think, for me at least, as someone from the Middle East region, you know, your name has always been there as one of the one of the big names who, you know, challenges the idea of improvisation, performance, and so it's a really big thrill for me to get to see you here. Yeah, and Fari, for many years, you know, the first time we met was actually related to a conversation on Halim. At the time, you were preparing a text for was Ibraz, and you were writing about Halim, and so the earlier memories of us having conversations was specifically about Halim, and since we're here today, I'd like to kind of continue this conversation, and so I'd like to start with Sam, if that's okay. Yesterday, we were chatting informally, and you were telling me about sort of your early experiences engaging with Halim, and can you just give us like what was the situation like? In what context were you engaged?
How did I come
to
know Halim?
Yeah.
I first heard of him. I mean, where I grew up is a tiny little island, actually, in Canada called Prince Edward Island, and so didn't have a lot of access to things. And this is also kind of in the 90s that I first heard of Halim, and it was a Frank Zappa interview or article where he mentioned him. He mentioned
Frank Zappa mentioned him.
Yeah,
Wow.
Zappa knew was influenced by Halim, actually, and he mentioned him, and he talked about this guy that was doing electronic music, this Egyptian guy that was doing electronic music, and I was very intrigued, you know, but who is this guy? You know, I'd never, you know, because my dad was a huge music lover of Egyptian music, but he, you know, didn't have Halim in his collection, and so
You're
I
Egyptian.
mentioned.
You're Egyptian, aren't you?
I am, yeah. And so it was impossible. I mentioned where I grew up because it was impossible to get his music. I couldn't hear it for quite a while. And then I guess when I moved to Montreal, I'd heard I saw an advert for an album of his electronic music, and I was like, finally, I can, you know, hear this guy's music. And so I finally was able to hear it, and it just blew me away. I just was like, this is crazy that this guy was doing this kind of music in the 40s and 50s. And also, it was just a thing of that my own upbringing, musical upbringing and upbringing was kind of strange in a way, that it was a very sort of hybrid upbringing, and that my kind of main connection to my heritage was through my dad's record collection. But he was very much a sort of, you know, kind of Nasser era type. Well, I shouldn't say that actually, but he really loved, you know, the Kulthum and, you know, Abdul Halim, Hafiz, the classics, you know. So I heard a lot of that stuff, but I just, you know, was wondering who's this guy, because he's a contemporary and as it turns out, Halim knew, you know, these people as well. And so, I also, just the sound of his music I was very attracted to, because it was something that I was kind of interested in anyway, and I had no idea that this was part of a sort of Egyptian, that there was a thing actually that, you know, in Egypt. And so I kind of tried to find as much of his music as I could, which was very difficult, you know, in the pre-internet age. And but I did, you know, once sort of the internet age came upon us, it got easier to find these, you know, albums on YouTube and pieces on YouTube. And so at a certain point, I was living in Egypt, and in 2006, and I was asked by a festival in Montreal, it was this kind of weird thing where, like, who would you be your dream collaborators? And so you know, and we'll try and bring them for this festival, and you can come back, and so I said Robert Ashley and Halim El-Dabh, and I knew Ashley wasn't going to do it, but I just thought, you know, it'd be fun if they, you know, if he even acknowledged it, and so Ashley didn't respond. I don't think he even responded, and Halim did, but it was sort of contingent upon hearing what I was doing. So at the time, the stuff that I was doing was pretty, I guess in a way, getting sort of a lot of bad press, I suppose. I don't know how to put it. I mean,
what were you doing?
What's that?
What were you doing?
Well, I was doing kind of my own stuff, I guess, my own kind of.
My own stuff. What were you doing?
Well, I was doing, you know, I guess experimental music, experimental composition that was Arabic, had elements of Arabic music, and all the things that I'm into, you know, had sort of punk rock, spoken word, noise, jazz.
No wonder it was getting a bad rep.
All sorts of things, but I just mentioned that because, as an anecdote, Marcus Boone, a journalist who I put in an album called Osama, and he wanted to do an article about it, and one of the first things he said was, you know, I've never seen such negative press for an album in my entire life. I was like, wow, okay. And so anyway, I mentioned this because Halim, it was contingent for him to collaborate with me upon hearing my music. And at that point, when I was in Egypt, I was kind of feeling beaten down by this sort of bad reception to a lot of what I was doing. And Halim wrote me a long email that just changed a lot for me. I mean, it kind of validated me, what I was doing in a certain way, which was like,
do you remember what,
you know, it started with like, you know, brother, you're my musical, you know, like he really liked what I was doing. He said, yes, absolutely, we will collaborate, and we did, actually. And he came to Montreal, and we worked with each other with an ensemble and played his music with sort of input from everybody, but primarily his music. But I got to hang out with him and got to know him, became friends with him, and it was incredible. You know, it was incredible getting to know him. I mean, so many stories, but I won't take up too much space.
Wow. You just mentioned the importance of records, and Fari, you were speaking just a while ago about this idea of how the recorded object, the recorded artifact, sound recordings or images that are captured are kind of central to. You were kind of exploring this idea of recorded material. I'd like to ask you, you know, what do you think of, like, what's your take on the meaning of the recording? Because when you were writing your article back in 2015, it was specifically about the wire piece record. It was mostly about how. So that was a recorded artifact, and I'm just curious to know: do you see this kind of recorded work, the meaning changing over time, or what's your kind of reflections on this all these years later?
Well, I mean, everything's always in a state of flux, isn't it? So if you've recorded something, it's static, and then the perception of it is going to change over time regardless. Halim is, I mean, it's like we've just rediscovered America when the American Indians were already there. He was just been working his whole life. And some of us came to know about him late and some early. I mean, I wasn't really enamored with Halim's music at the beginning as much as perhaps you were, because you were in your bad press, negative isolation stage. I was with a collective in London, and we had a radio station called Resonance. We have a radio station called Resonance FM, and we used to encourage each other to compose, and we had a Resonance Improvisers Orchestra, and we were together encouraging each other in our strange interests. And that was really good, and that's why it had funding from the Arts Council, was to encourage people who felt isolated and alone. Like you said earlier, you felt at your desk when you were writing and composing. We were together. So I had a radio show which helped me understand more about my Iranian heritage. It was basically, once you've got a microphone, you get free tickets to things, and you can ask anyone anything, right? You can stop anyone of any stature and say, "Oi." And so my show helped me understand about Iranian culture. So I came to Halim through his recordings after Darius Dolat-Shahi and Ali Reza Mashayekhi, which, if you like this kind of music, these are two Iranians were really avant-garde in the 60s, and they went on the same American residency that made Halim, gave him his springboard. It was like a place where, I forget now where it was, but it was a place where they sort of fostered brown talent, if you like, in America that was avant-garde. And so Ali Reza Mashayekhi was doing these crazy scores, and Darius Dolat-Shahi was also releasing music on Sub Rosa. So through them, I heard about Halim, and his music was interesting, but it was when I did a Skype with him, you know, it just went on forever. This man was special. This tiny little man with his funny laugh, he was just amazing. It was like he was there in the room. And so, yes, the recordings obviously are very important, but it's knowing the person had the integrity to be as great as their music, or as to be more interesting even than their compositions, to be more real than, you know, his music, which didn't, as you said before, conform to this idea of the great composer, the great guru, as you were talking about earlier. Yeah, so I think I was enamored with the man, because we have this saying in Iran that, you know, your skill in music can be this high, but if your personality and your spirituality is this low, you're never going to get any higher. You have to have a match. Your music is a very spiritual practice, even if, you know, you're not thinking of it as spiritually. It's an art. An art in the traditional sense of something that elevate and, you know, reveal and, you know, work on you. So to meet a musician who was as grand as his music, that was when Halim became great for me. So yes, the recordings change over time, but yeah.
And I'd like to ask, Sam, you said earlier also that the type of people who sort of discovering Halim's music, it changed over time. Like, you've noticed how when you were in the 90s and early 2000s getting into it, and this past 20 years or so, how the type of people who were into his music changed. Can you elaborate on that, or can you revisit that?
Well, I mean, I think now there's more people that I think it's because he doesn't really fit. I mean, the easiest way to put it is he doesn't fit in the West, and he doesn't fit in the East, you know, and you know, or he didn't, you know, and so I think generations, because, you know, that his I mean, he lived quite a long time, that I find there's now younger generations that, or generations of musicians that, even though they might not know who he is, but they're kind of doing things that I think are in the same zone, maybe, as or things that Halim would, I think, be sympathetic to, because, you know, the main thing, one of the big things with Halim is his openness, you know, and I think so much, I mean, we talked about this yesterday, so much of the kind of tradition in both the East and the West is really codified, you know, and you know, it's sort of maybe not as obvious to depending on your sort of praxis, you know, to where you're looking. So, you know, if you're someone in the West, you know, who's into contemporary music, into, you know, modern music or experimental music, you would think it's a very open field, and of course it's not, right? I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why someone doesn't enter the canon or isn't sort of known, and meaning that someone like Halim, isn't sort of known when he should be, he should have been or whatever. I mean, and certainly in Egypt, when I started as an adult, when I started going back to Egypt, almost no one knew who Halim was. I would sort of, or if they did, they knew that he did the music at the pyramids, or the older generation would know that. So I think I find, here we are, doing this thing about Halim, and I think that either the musicians who are younger than me, they gravitate towards Halim. More and more people I find are in Egypt and sort of elsewhere are gravitating towards him. Or you say, hey, you're doing this, you should check this guy out, and they go, oh my God, they have the same thing that I had in a sense when I discovered him. So I think that's changed somewhat, but I think in the kind of official narrative of still in both sides of that, in Western, whatever you want to call it, modern, classical, experimental music, he's still not there. He's in a sense, he's still seen as something of an oddball, or just doesn't quite, doesn't have the same stature, as people, which is not ultimately, that's not how the validation that's important, but when you just sort of, you step back from it, you kind of, it shows more about the institution, it shows more about the context, and that's what I find interesting. I find it interesting because then that sort of opens up a whole other range of questions of like, well, what is this? What is this institution? What is this supposedly realm of experimental music or cutting-edge modern classical music that we're dealing with that doesn't accept him? And also, what is the idea that this guy doesn't belong in the sort of the lineage of great Egyptian music, which I think he does, and I mean, not exclusively, but he should be part of that. He should be spoken of.
It was also his character as well. He didn't have a character which would try to sort of always win and be at the front. And he would never dominate a conversation. He was a very giving and generous person, and exchange was his goal, not winning. And I think that was partly contributing to, for example, why he wasn't known as well as Pierre Schaeffer for doing the same things, which is what I wrote about.
Yeah, well, there's two funny things, because I asked him, at a certain point, like, why don't you care? I mean, I didn't frame it this way, but I basically asked him, doesn't it concern you that your music is so hard to find? And this was, of course, during the sort of age of, the CD age, when everybody was getting their moment, of like, box set of, John Cage's obscure recordings when he was 5, and like, just sort of all these things were coming up, and I was like, don't you sort of want your music to be out there, because there's so much of it? And he literally went, I don't care, I've done it. That was his response, And then the other part of him is that he felt it was okay to be the joker. He felt it was okay to be kind of the sort of the clown, in a sense, and not in a kind of self-deprecating way at all. So that goes.
So what do you mean by this joker idea? What can you?
Well, he felt that being part of the canon, that and he kind of, I think, was aware of the fact that he was some. People just found him an oddball or dismissed him, I think and so, but he felt, he said, that I'm okay with being considered a joker, you know, the sort of the kind of the joker in the...
Some part of that must be a symptom of, I don't know if you've experienced it, but obviously 60s America wasn't a very multicultural and open-minded place, and therefore, you know, laughter is a way to break down a lot of barriers. So, I mean, if you ever, like for example, in my school, in my primary school, there were 2 brown girls, and we just had to survive. And so I think humour might have been one of those keys that you learn as a child to unlock a situation.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of...
But then, in his credit, to his credit as well, something specific to Halim and not just to everyone who's been in an isolated position, there's a freedom in being the outsider. So if you don't play by the rules of conforming, you're free to just do as you please. And conforming is just so boring. I mean, it's just so tedious. So to his credit, he was like maintained a strong position.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I think so. You know, but going back to what you were saying, in the 70s, he told me that he invited John Cage to Kent State University, and the first thing John Cage told the students, the faculty of the music department, was that, you know, what you're doing here is you should not be in a university. You should be out. So the worst thing to do is to come study music in university, because and the faculty threw a fit. You're like, how could this guy be telling the students not to study here? You know, and then he also told me that John Cage asked him, why did you leave New York? Why didn't you stay? You should have stayed in New York, and now you exiled yourself to rural Ohio, and that's kind of the coffin to your career, you know. But when he said that to me, he didn't seem regretful at all. He seemed like, you know, he liked the decision that he went to Ohio, and he did a lot of things over there. So yeah, it was...
I mean, I found, you know, the thing, when you kind of look at what he did and what he's done in relation to his genuine. You know, I was sort of talking about there's a difference between being nice and kind. You know, Halim, I think, was a very kind soul, you know, and I think he had a humility that was almost, you know, a very deep kind of humility that maybe is not, you know, is not a regular kind of humility. And I think he pursued his path, you know, and you hear it in his music, and when you're with him, or you know, if you were around him, you felt it. You really felt it. It wasn't a posture. And so I think that, as you're saying, that sort of goes some way towards this thing that everything that he did, in terms of whatever recognition he got, that really wasn't, that I found he genuinely did not care about that, which was crazy. Because I think I can, you know, count on 2 pinkies the amount of people of that stature that you know, that I've met, or if I've met them, that have that sort of thing where they're really committed to sound. They're committed to living their life through sound and what that means, through vibration, as he and that was incredibly rare. I mean, it was incredibly genuine, and
that's it, the living what you preach.
Exactly.
That's what's made him unique.
I think this idea of living what you preach and this idea of kindness is 2 fascinating points to leave this conversation at. And you know, unfortunately, we're running out of time. But we should continue this later.
Practice what you preach.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
album here called Here History Began by Gilles Delagoux and Halim El-Dabh. This recording is pretty much a light and laser work show at the pyramids in Gizeh, supposedly performed every night there for tourists. I say second because our first encounter with the album was presented in Dakar in 2017. What I've been doing with the recording is isolating parts of it and essentially focusing on voices within that appealed to me at the time, or more or less that from listening to the recording and the album, which is quite theatrical, the voices that were the strongest for me that I could isolate and we can focus on. The presentation in Dakar was called The Sphinx Recalls. And essentially it's a monologue of all the parts delivered by the Sphinx throughout this piece. One of them who lives in Berlin and the other who lives in Ghana are actually here tonight. The dog agrees with me too. The Sphinx was rendered by Jonas Attinius, who is a glass of wine to me, and Kelvin Hazel. Glass of wine too. Great. But tonight's rendition will be presented by three gilded tongue singers. Agnieszka, Bulacik, Anna Rose, and Monika Danez. The instrument there that Anna is holding is derived from the Egyptian pillar called the Jed. I have seen a photo of Halim El-Dabh playing the xylophone, and I thought I could adapt something, and when I saw the Jed with the 4 pillars, I reckon that would be the ultimate thing to adapt, because it connects to ancient Egypt and its symbolism and its rites. Without much further ado, I'll let the 3 singers continue. Thank you very much. Oh yes, my name is Asemota.
First, a journey with the sun.
at the mummy is to remind oneself of much that could be accomplished in the interim of nothingness. Among all the objects laid by its side in the tomb, a scribe's palette is undoubtedly the most precious. A lotus flower is worth 1,000, a finger worth 10-fold, a tadpole for 100,000, and the scribe's 2 hands joined in prayer for 1,000,000.
We pay homage to Hatshepsut, the king herself. To look at Hatshepsut was more beautiful than anything. In Karnak, she conceived and built the obelisk, proclaiming, "Those who see my monuments in years to come shall speak of what I have done."
The beautiful one has come. This is the meaning of the name Nefertiti. She was by Akhenaton's side in his struggle to establish the new faith. Of his faith, she was like a reflection. Her radiance inspired sculptures Does the image of her beauty came to us in stone? It is 119 years today that the beautiful one was taken, now entombed in glass at Neues Museum for the world to see. The riddle of her incomparable beauty remains unsolved.
In the curse of time, only human achievements crumble and fall, but the spirit which conceived this cannot perish.
Thank you so much, Leo Asemota. Can we have, please, another round of applause for him? That was a beautiful piece. Now, we're incredibly excited to have you all here with us this evening. It's an absolute pleasure to create another space where we can honor the music of Halim El-Dabh after so many years of research with this project. Now, we have a 15-minute break before the next event, which is a reading by Mohammed Rabi at 10 o'clock. So please help yourselves to drinks and enjoy your break. Thank you so much. So, welcome back, everyone. May I ask for your attention, please? Earlier this evening, we had the pleasure of hearing a reading by Mohamed Rapi. It was an excerpt from his novel, History of the Gods of Egypt. And now I'd please like to welcome back the writer, editor, and co-curator of the bookstore, Hasan Al-Janoub. Mohamed Rapi will read poetry by Carol Sansour and Mona Karim. Welcome.
حلم يقظة قصيدة لكارول سانسور. حول طاولة مستطيلة تتسع ل20 ونحن 30 نجتمع مرة أخرى يا حبيبي نتنفس أكسجين الآخرين ونتبادل ما نعتقد أنها أفكار. أستغل الفرصة أبدأ في كتابة مذكرات أو قصة جدتي الكبرى جميلة تمشي في بساتين الفستق الحلبي في عبها حبة بندورة وقطعة خبز ناشف أرقبها من على سطح بئر وبجانبي أفعى تتخلص من جلدها فرحاً بموسم جديد. عبوات الماء البلاستيكية تملأ المكان. أجلس محدقة في أفواه المتكلمين وبجانبي الأفعى وجميلة في الأفق. تكبر رئتي فجأة جلدها زيتوني لامع طرحة رأسها بيضاء عيناها ملونة بفعل الزمن وثوبها أسود يحمل غرزاً بسيطة من الأحمر كلها تفاصيل كافية لكتابة شعر. يشرح الزملاء الخطط الاستراتيجية قصيرة المدى طويلة المدى. ترفع جميلة ثوبها لتتبول بمحاذاة صخرة. يخرج البعض للصلاة خوفاً من المعصية. تستريح جميلة في ظل صنوبرة تبتسم تسأل الله عن أسمائه الحسنى وتدعوه لفنجال قهوة. الحظ خاتمها الذهبي خاتمها ذهبي. في يومها الأخير على الأرض هل كان زوجها من أعطاها إياه قبل اختفائه 30 عاماً؟ هل كان من حبيب لها أو أن ابنها اليتيم هو من اختاره؟ أقرر أنها هي من اشترى الخاتم وهم يقررون إنهاء اجتماع آخر بينما ما زالوا يفكرون في الثواب والعقاب والجنة. وجميلة ما زالت تنام فرحة تحت شجرة الصنوبر خاتمها الذهبي يلمع. أفراح هشة قصيدة لمنى كريم. لماذا تسرق الوحدة من المرأة إنسانيتها؟ لماذا يصنعون هم تماثيل نحاسية لأصدقائهم وأصدقائي يذوبون كتماثيل الشمع؟ لماذا يلعبون الكلمات المتقاطعة بآلامنا ونرفع أصابعنا لنمنحهم الإجابة؟ لماذا يكونون هم أبناء البلد ونكون نحن أبناء الكلب؟ لماذا تنبش أمهاتنا القواميس منذ الصباح بحثاً عن شتيمة وأمهاتهم يغرقن في لغة أخرى؟ لماذا يقتلون هم الوقت بالثقافة ونقتل نحن يأسنا بها؟ لماذا تعرف الحاسبة الإلهية كيف تمنحنا 10 آلام مقابل كل فرحة ومعهم تضيع الحسبة في عد الأفراح؟ لماذا تسهرين تلونين وجوه الفتيات على الدينار وأسهر أنا أتوقع اللعبة التي يلعبنها؟ غرفة العتمة قصيدة لمنى كريم. الظلمة وحدها في صوتي جان سيناك. من العتمة أنا وطني فراشة عجوز صلاتي الصحراء أغتسل بلعاب المطر في دعائي ترقص الشمس على أطراف أصابعها. إلهي على حافة موت إنه تحت بنفسجة الصدى إنه عاصفة تجيد الثرثرة. ولدت بعيب خلقي فكنت من توأمين أنا والوحدة. سأمنحكم قلبا حزينا، عينا مفقوءة، رجلا ب20 إصبع، وأعضاء أخرى تركها لي صديقي الوقت. تبرعم والدي بين زخات مطر مهدور، بين لحظتي صمت خلفتهما السماء بعد ترملها. حين قبلت به أبا صنع لي ملائكة من ورق، أستطيع بسهولة الفوز عليهم في لعبة الغميضة. كان أبي أول بركان على الأرض، وشرفتنا نقطة دوران المطر. في بداية نهار عيد شرفتنا زورق دمع يغرق أحيانا في شغب الأطفال. شرفتنا حياة هجرت المدينة وسكنت في حوض خيال. في بيتنا الجديد لا توجد شرفة. رأيت إكسسوارات جديدة ترتديها الأرض، ورأيت البيوت تتخلى عن أبوابها كي لا تتورط في فراق الأحبة. رأيت مدناً تهجر سكانها، تصر سكك القطارات على ظهرها وتذرف النهر وداعاً. أشعر بتصعلك الدم في عروقي، أشعر بحمامات تلعب الورق فوق منارة رأسي. تحتاج الكلمات لمن يفركها بالصابون، تحتاج لملابس أوسع، وعابر لا يطالبها بابتسامة. في الضوء أرى العتمة، أرى إلهي، أرى الوقت، أراك، لكنني لا أراني. شكراً.
Thank you, Mohammed Rabi. Halim El-Dabh was one of those rare singular souls whose life and work moved too quickly and gracefully to ever be captured by any isms, movement, trend, or market. I was lucky and honored to make music and a friendship with him, says Sam Shalabi. The audio piece Figment of a Date is a sonic memento of the week that Sam Shalabi spent with Halim working on music and spending time with him in Montreal. In its essence, it is not so much about music, but tries to express the strange, loving, and ancient futuristic soul of Halim, and how it was such a touching and transformative privilege to be in his presence. However, in this performance, Sam is aiming for something different. He's interpreting a few of Halim's earlier pieces. It is dark and damp on the front, Layla and the Poets, for solo oud. This is connected with Shalabi's early free jazz standards, interpretations for solo oud, and he's aiming to extend this idea to Halim's music while wandering. I think Halim would have appreciated it. Sam Shalabi is an Egyptian-Canadian composer and improviser living in Montreal, Quebec. Beginning in punk rock in the late 1970s, his work has evolved into a fusion of experimental Arabic music that incorporates traditional Arabic sha'bi, noise, classical text, free improvisation, electronics, and jazz. Also, on another note, Sam Shalabi was part of the Dog Don Gone Deaf in 2007, playing with Halim El-Dabh. As you can see, he didn't travel alone, but he traveled with his oud from Canada, and of course, his instrument we must also greet with a short poem. So, Landing on the Moon by Odia Ofemun. Gobble the news with 7 grains of alligator pepper, a pinch of salt, white chalk, one sea-deep cry, for man's hike to Jehovahhood, or must we not submerge in rituals this explosive moment of animal triumph? Catch my hand, brother, we are annexing the kingdom of the gods. Ladies and gentlemen, Sam Shalabi.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello. So my name is Lily Shamodi, and I'm very happy that you are all here, or actually that we are all here at this late hour, or it's not late, but it's getting there. And we are going to have our last performance for today and not for the weekend, called Mirroring Entropy. During this performance, the artist will use interview clips from Halim El-Dabh's Conversations as the basis for discovery, and they will invite the listening body into a space where sound becomes a conduit for spiritual and scientific understanding. Through glitching, looping, rotating, and reflecting, sound, Sindhi Islam will play on versions and inversions of anarchic connectivity. Creating and generating sound from order creates unify disorder. Through the very act of listening, our energies disperse and systems dissolve into chaos. Audience members are invited to listen and move in and out of time with unsynchronized sounds and noises. And a little bit about the artists who we are going to welcome here. They are called Sindhi Islam, and they are pseudonymous artists of Iraqi descent based in Glasgow, the UK. They create different identities as a way to dodge the celebrity status afforded to some artists. They split their time working in the care sector as a social worker and being a sound artist. Using sound as material, they sculpt, morph, and shape vibrations to generate soundscapes and performances. At the core of the pieces is a belief that listening is an entry point toward healing, and that sonic geography has the power to reconnect broken lines of lineage. Warped and woven into this vibrational resonance is a constant critique of what it means to be an artist and how artistic labor is related to material reality and change. So, Cindy, welcome and enjoy.
And my life is vibration. 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 And my life is suddenly sound appear out of nowhere. And then 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 suddenly sound appear out of nowhere. There are sensations. There are sensations. There are sensations. There are sensations. There is a kinetic relationship that we all have between us, the colors, and what the results are. The kinetic relationship to everything, like between you and me right now, between you and the car, between you as you walk down. So this kinetic feeling of you are part of that. You are part of that. You know, we are part of it. And as we are part of it, we either recognize it or disrecognize it. There is a kinetic relationship. 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 There is a kinetic relationship.
This is it, this is it, this is it, this is it, this is it. You know, this is the way it is, you know. We said, this is it, this is it, this is it, this is it, this is it. You know, this is the way it is, you know. We said, this is it, this is it, this is it, this is it, this is it. You know, this is the way it is, you know. We said, this is it, this is it, this is it, this is it, this is it. You know, this is the way it is. Seeking to know. Your mind seeking to know. Your mind seeking to know. Your mind seeking to know. The idea that there is a God there telling you what to do, you have to realize there is a God there, but he's helping you, not telling you what to do, helping you creative sense. But by being said, oh, this is God's will, this is this, you just gave in to the reality of your creative energy, 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 to the reality of your creative energy. So you don't have to create dogmas. Creating dogmas separates you from the rest of the world. This life experience. You really don't want to know what were you doing before because it hindered this life experience. You really don't want to know what were you doing before because it hindered this life experience. You really don't want to know what were you doing before because it hindered this life experience. You really don't want to know what were you doing before because it hindered this life experience. Those sounds, to the sounds that resonate together, the sound that overlaps, the sound that clashes, to those sounds, to the sound that resonate together, the sound that overlaps, the sound that clashes, to those sounds, to the sound that resonate together, the sound that overlaps, the sound that clashes. To those sounds, to the sound that resonate together, the sound that overlaps, the sound that clashes. We're bolts and screws of the universe, whatever happening, we open up to it, like we are flowers. We're bolts and screws of the universe, whatever happening, we open up to it, like we are flowers. We're bolts and screws of the universe, whatever happening, we open up to it, like we are flowers. We're bolts and screws of the universe, whatever happening, we open up to it, like we are flowers. Understanding myself and working with my own relationship to sound. Understanding myself and working with my own relationship to sound. Understanding myself and working with my own relationship to sound. Understanding myself and working with my own relationship to sound. like we are flowers. 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 Learning more and more every time I do the passage, going and coming. I'm learning more and more every time I do the passage, going and coming. I'm learning more and more every time I do the passage, going and coming. I'm learning more and more every time I do the passage, going and coming. What connects all of us together you can call God. What connects all of us together you can call God. What connects all of us together you can call God. What connects all of us together you can call God. What connects all of us together you can call God. What connects all of us together you can call God. What connects all of us together you can call God. What connects all of us together you can call God. What connects all of us together you can call God. So many times. So you die, you change your vibration ratios, you change your dimensions. The whole thing is constant evolvement. So you learn as long as you want to. So you could, the only thing you don't remember, I don't think you can remember who you were when before you died. Somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Europe or somewhere in Africa. When you decide to come back, you can come back for more experience. The whole thing is constant evolvement. The whole thing is constant evolvement. The whole thing is constant evolvement. The whole thing is constant evolvement.
Turn
and we evolve, and we evolve, and we evolve, and we evolve, and we evolve. There's no separate gods which connects us all, which connects humans, animals, plants, weeds, flowers, mountains, rivers, oceans, all this is part of each other. We're all part of that. But there's no separate gods which connects us all, which connects humans, animals, plants, weeds, flowers, mountains, rivers, oceans, all this is part of each other. We're all part of that. But there's no separate gods which connects us all, which connects humans, animals, plants, weeds, flowers, mountains, rivers, oceans, all this is part of each other. We're all part of that. see, you have to think of yourself as a motivator, not depending on somebody else telling you how to motivate yourself. Experience, and you're in this life for another experience. You're choosing all these experiences. Previous life was an experience, and you're in this life for another experience. You're choosing all these experiences. Previous life was an experience, and you're in this life for another experience. You're choosing all these experiences. Previous life was an experience, and you're in this life for another experience. You're choosing all these experiences. Previous life was an experience, and you're in this life for another experience. You're choosing all these experiences. Previous life was an experience, and you're in this life for another experience. You're choosing all these experiences. Previous life was an experience, and you're in this life for another experience. You're choosing all these experiences.
Cindy Islam, everyone, thank you very much. Maybe another round of applauses. Thank you so much. Thank you for this beautiful day, for all the reflections, all the feelings, all the beautiful contributions that have been shared through the day. It was a long day, but it's not over. We continue tomorrow at 4 p.m. Berlin time. So we would like to thank Halim El-Dabh, for starters, to have facilitated this beautiful, beautiful moment for us to come together and be in one space to celebrate his legacy, get inspired by his work, and continue to do what we do. Jonami, earlier today, for his quadraphonic sound installation. Jonami, for his beautiful contribution earlier today with the quadraphonic installation. Yara McKawi, thank you very much for being with us today. Woo woo! Fantastic work, thank you. Arjan Kaganov's film that has documented and installed, or reminded us of Halim El-Dabh's contribution as what, during that festival, he was called the father of African electronic music. Thank you very much to Hasan Hujairi for the lecture on Maverickism. A hard word for me to pronounce. Thank you, Hasan, for being with us. Also for coming. Thank you very much to Mohamed Rabia to reading the poetry segments, interludes as a reaction, as a response, as an inspiration with and to Halim El-Dabh. Thank you to Timkehet Tefera for genuinely not only exploring but actually digging deeper and deeper into the history of Orchestra Ethiopia and our collective consciousness of music. Thank you to Ali Morali. Thank you very much for the beautiful, excellent violin piece that you have shared with us today. Fari Bradley, our colleague, a composer, has also contributed with a paper lecture performance, weaved sound with words, orality, and the sonic, has been also with us through the journey for quite long. Thank you, Fari Bradley, for coming. Oui, Leo Asemota. Here history began, here history began, here history begins. Here history as always. Thank you so much for the excellent contribution with all the singers that have contributed to a piece that is, I guess, one of the oldest pieces of sound art known to date, composed by Halim El-Dabh and reinterpreted by Leo in his work today. Thank you. Well, Sam Shalabi? Oui. Sam Shalabi has been not only a giver, but a beautiful soul, a composer, a thinker, a person that has really made us super sensitive towards many details of Halim El-Dabh's work, compositional methodologies, or what Bonaventure would say, Bonaventure Ndiko would refer to as the relationship between the myth and the methodology. So thank you very much for the super beautiful concert that you have shared with us today. And finally, I think we did need to sweat and dance and also get elevated and heal together in that space. So a huge big thank you to Cindy Islam. For her extremely sensitive and sensible relationship towards story and history, towards word and sound. Thank you very much for joining us. We see you tomorrow, or maybe today even, later. Good night. Thank you.